What's going on? Another day? Another year? You? Another me? All right. So, today we have Matreiuss versus B. I'm going to be covering Grass versus Kiber. And there's also Matador versus Zuccolo. There are 3 different games today. We'll be covering 2. Someone else might cover the other one. If it does so happen that we finish early with Grass versus Kiber and Matador versus Zuccolo still continuing, we will jump over and watch that. Otherwise, that's the plan for today. I'm going to play some random gods on the ladder for the funsies of it and lose some elo or gain some elo. I don't really know which one it's going to be. It could be one or the other. We are constantly up and down on the elo train. So yeah. So what's the conclusion? Is Demeter any god good without the Dryad spam? Yeah, I think there's some stuff there. But I think the Dryads are incredibly necessary. If you don't play with Hammer Dryad as Demeter, you are... It's kind of like not playing with Raiju when you play with Raijin. Do you know what I mean? Or it's kind of like not playing with Centaur and playing Hermes. You can kind of do it in certain situations, right? But you probably are making life harder on yourself by not making them. We can continue the thought process. It's kind of like playing Ching Long and not sorry, it's kind of what's it called? It's kind of like playing Gong Gong and not making Ching Long. It's kind of like playing Orkaninushi and not making Omaraki. It's kind of like playing Scardia and not making Frost Giant. It's kind of like playing Aegir and not making Rock Giant. Like, these things help you out so much. It's like going Oceanus and not making any extra Caladria. The actual... I was trying to figure out how to do this. I want to show you guys the interaction. Before we play any games today. New bar doesn't exist, only Taotier. Yeah, if you go new bar and you're not making Taotier, you're not playing new bar correctly. It's just wrong. Can I recommend a Japanese build order Sorry, can I give you a Japanese build order recommendation? I freestyle all mine. So I would say go to Soup. He's probably got some, or the DoD thing. DoD build order channel. Yeah, I freestyle all of mine. I stopped caring about really specific build orders after they changed the game from 15 seconds. Can you cast Demeter losing? Hold on, sure. I'll cast a game of Demeter losing, and I'll point out all the things that the Demeter player did wrong. Where is Pegasus Rush? Let me try and find a Pegasus Rush game. This guy's really bad at the game. He talks big in YouTube chat. Big meanie head. Very, very big meanie head. That's an interesting one. I wonder why he lost that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I already know why he lost this game. Don't even have to watch it. We'll watch that one after. I just wanna show this off, right? Let's go like... Sure, let's go... this is Demeter, right? Demeter in the Heroic Age. Generally having the upgrade is better, but whatever. And you two in the Heroic Age. I just want like the hippiest to just charge. Where's my thing? There it is. Okay. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will.
Μάλιστα. Έτοιμη. Έστω.
I don't think it does.
Έστω.
Oh, there it is.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσταγμα.
Tricks. Right? Get your dryads. Or you just get your army and you put it into a ball. And the one in the very middle,
Έτοιμη.
you put on passive stance. Big brain. Who's going to be able to out-micro that? There you go. That's the big trick. Consistency inside of the Dryad explosion. Alright. Persephone and not using Siren. Unfortunately, the Siren is... I haven't actually tried it, to be fair. It was buffed, but I haven't tried it. You want me to... I'm not going to cast this game, but we'll go through it. This one just got played on the ladder against Ra, against Firefox's Ra. I saw the play you did on the swamp map is legit awesome, but you've got to make sure there is a large death ball, because if it's first Atlantean, you're dead before it starts. On the large swamp, on the swamp map, I can't remember what that was. Bet this is too expensive. 3 Tau TA, get the upgrade. When you have 5, get looks. Oh, Scorching Furnace. Yeah. Those unique upgrades for your human units should always be the last ones you grab, for sure. After you get everything else set it up. Without question, that's always right. Okay, so Village Center versus Town Center. You can see how far in front the Demeter player gets in this situation, so that's great. Don't really need to go for the third town center here. Look at the difference in villages. Oh my god. And he's making more Lacown. That's kind of a little bit suspect. I wouldn't make more Lacown here. That one would slow you a little bit too much down. Unless you're planning on using them versus like camel riders later. Maybe that makes sense. I got wrecked by sirens. I had no idea where my war elephants were going. Really? I'll have to watch that. That's funny. He drops the thing in his base, hits this. This is fine. He does go for his upgrade on the guys. Firefox is taking this position. Doesn't really matter, but oh, Troll Pack, no scouting. Bit of a mistake. Charges over here and puts his own fortress down. He does have this Arcadian Meadow, so that's good. Is he going to lose it? That's no good. Didn't need to put it so far forward, but nonetheless. Catapult coming out. Siege works. Going to die. If he brings the other Lacowan over here... Wait, how many does he have? Let me have a quick look. He's got 2 Lacowan, so he could have 5 on this, and that'd be really, really strong. This Arcadian Meadow doesn't really help him. I guess it helps him because he can kill the chariot archers off. But he really doesn't need to drop that. In fact, he wants to fight here because the Egyptian's so far behind. Okay, more dryads. This is fine. It's kind of close to equal on income, so he's got to do some extra stuff. Grabbing this town center might actually be incorrect. Maybe going, in this specific situation, going Mythic Age is probably the better call, because Well, you've already won on this area. You did this much damage. You still have an army up that can't be killed. The only thing you die to here is getting stuck in the heroic age. If you go mythic age through Persephone, any next fight you take, you can then maybe even Hera actually is the best call. It's probably a Hera game here, and you can kind of see that he gets a little bit unlucky on the fight. Better micro, he would have won that fight. He did win the fight, but better micro, he would have dominated the fight. And he still wants the town center. If he just goes mythic age through Hera here, I think he just wins. Because then all of these guys become way strong. He's got so much favor in the bank now as well. And he went this town center too. Yeah, okay, this is a Hera game. He's going Persephone though. I wouldn't go Persephone here. Tornado potential to kill you is a little too much. Only time for Persephone is when you know what your opponent's like mythic age or like AoE damage is going to be able to do. Well, that was kind of brutal, wasn't it? You just dropped a butt ton of villagers. Wasted favor on that instead of more hammer dryads. Should be less on the peltash. You only need like 10 peltash max. The rest should be dryads. Or at the very least, half of those should be Toxotes so you can actually kill the priests. And now, unfortunately, he hits the Mythic Age, right? And the thing you want to do when you hit the Mythic Age with Persephone is you actually want to drop the Underworld Invasion immediately. That way you can start affording all of these upgrades. And by the time the upgrades are all in, your army might be dead, but your town centers are back up. You're at 100 villages, and you've got map control, and then you can go back into your units. So I think this game here, the way that Trollpack played it, I think he'd get a win here more times than not. He made a couple more clean decisions. But at this point, he doesn't have a gold mine. He needs to get onto the gold tier immediately so that he can get his upgrades in. It's very important. Now, there's enough favor for another. He actually doesn't need. He could drop 3 temples and then make mass hammer dryads after this as well, which would be a perfectly reasonable approach. Kill the army first, leave the town center for later. Is he getting upgrades? They are coming through slowly. Town center's back up. This is fine. Trollpack might be in an okay spot here. He just needs to spend all that. I mean, he could go for another Underworld Invasion here. There's still gold. No, there's not gold on the map. You can't go for the next Underworld Invasion because there's not gold on the map. If there was gold on the map, you could go for another Underworld Invasion. Like if there was one more large gold mine, no problems. That being said, Titan plus Underworld Invasion does make some sense to try and just end the game. But that would be very all-in, which you don't really need to do with Demeter, right? Does he have all of his upgrades on the guys? Now he does. Is he going to shifting sands onto this? Nice on the Arcadian Meadow. I like that. All right, at this point, you want to put 50 villagers onto favor. And that way you can get back to your 350 favor in about a minute so that you can drop the Underworld Invasion and then go win with the Titan Gate. You have to find that enemy Titan Gate, I guess. Does he know where it is? Nah, he's gonna miss it. He goes for the town center. And not a terrible idea to kill the Citadel Center, but you lose so much on this. This is quite a good game, to be honest. But is Troll Pack not built to trade route at all? No. Well, I guess it's Underworld Invasion or bust here, but there's a Titan. It's like, you're going to have all these stupid units. How do you kill off the Titan? Oh, dear. I think if he actually built full pop of Hamadryad here, he would win. Because the Hamadryad would kill the Titan. Three temples, 50 villagers on favor, 50 villagers on wood, full Hamadryad, win the game. Static, how you going, my friend? Thanks for the kind words on YouTube chat. Oh, GG. I mean, ridiculously competitive game considering all the errors. GG. You can just see how good Demeter is. You don't even have to like think about it. You just go, I mean, clearly she's good. It's just you gotta figure out how to get the most value while you play her. That's the hard part. All the right decisions. She difficult. All right, let's play some random ranked games. We've got an hour and a half-ish until game time. Was that what Pegasus Rush wanted? Or he's not here? He left. Feels bad. Is the gold from Farm Tech any good? I honestly haven't even grabbed it. This one, right? If you have 50 villages on food, you're going to be getting 5 gold per second. Is that right? 50 times 0.1 is 5. So 5 gold per second is like you have 5 villages on gold. I don't think that it's like huge. What is huge is the fact that you get an extra 10% food gather rate. So you got 10% here and 10% where is it? And 10% here. So 20% extra farm gather rate on the best villager in the game, which is the Greek villager, right? That's got the highest base gather rate in the game. I guess the Atlanteans have higher, but they're 2 population. Would mean that these upgrades are... This would be the fastest food gather rate you can possibly get, I think. Unless I'm missing something. I know this gives plus 20% as well on farms, but you can't... you can't get any other like multipliers there, and the Norse villages do gather farms slower than the Greek villages. 0.63 versus 0.7. Hero Kwafu got the highest. Oh, and yeah, and then you get the heart there, yeah. So you can get 10, 20, 35%. True. And you can put multiple hearts down. Wait, does that stack? Sorry, we're gonna get out of this ranked thing. I'm in you can just do this. If I put double... Hang on. Did I just cook? Oop, the Demeter Dev has typed right Demeter. Hang on. I gotta know if we just cooked. This will be wild. Of course, this is way too much, but one farm. Okay, that's all the farming upgrades. Okay, hold on. Alright. So we do this. So go to 1.15 per second. And then we do it again. Ah, it doesn't double. It doesn't stack. Ah! How upsetting. What can you do? The devs don't like fun. Japan is equal to them? Are they? I thought they were slower. Are they equal? Maybe they are equal. They are equal, you're right, but they can't get plus 20% on farms. They have no boost to their farm gather rate, right? This is hunt. Yeah, they have no boosts. They have no boost to their economy at all. Except for that one tech. It's kind of designed in a similar way to Greek. Greek has no boost to their economy, period, right? With the exception of this tech, golden apples. I guess you can say that this is technically a boost to your economy, but it's not really. Doesn't give you any more gather rate. And then you have Demeter, which has it all. Greek has quite a lot of eco boost, which what am I missing? I swear I just looked through them all. I mean, you can consider this Vaults of Erebus as an eco boost, but it's not boosting your villager gather rate. That's what I mean, boosting villager gather rate. There's none there, there's none there, there's none there. There's none there, there's none there, there's none there, there's none there, there's none there. This is again not increasing your villager gather rate. Divine Blood turns your vills into Addy vills? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? It's literally plus 10 gather capacity when all your farmers should have 0 walking time anyways. All your gold villagers basically have 0 walking time. The only thing it really boosts is your wood gather rate by a tiny margin because they walk slightly less. It does make you build faster, but that again is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? No. The farmers have 0 walking time. 8 of the farmers have 0 walking time. I'm pretty sure. Or close enough to. Any game you look at, you see walking time. Hey man, I'm not you look at my games, we don't walk at all. My game's 0 walking time. I have perfect villages. Every single... He's got white! That means he's unironically changed his color to gray, whomever it is. Does that 50% health tech increase the villager health? Wolf villagers health? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. But the Divine Labor tech does affect the Lycaon. So you can get the HP back. De-loudness. Okay. I am playing as this god. I particularly like playing versus Zeus, but I do have an amazing counter to any sort of early aggression. What do you think about using favor to make animals of set? I think that making Gazelle in the classical age, in order to not need to do anything, is very, very strong.
Motlana vlamik tiiket. Tuarteki.
But after the classical age, I wouldn't really make it anymore. I'd rather spend my favor on other things. Like if you go 2 TC gazelles on the second town center, so you can have like a really good second town center, sure. Makes sense. But yeah, after the second town center, it's probably not a good idea. Good luck, have fun. Glad I played all of those. All those Aztec games yesterday. Now I can use what I learned to dominate. Oh, he resigned. Well, he disconnected. That's different to a resign. Oh. Rip. Did you see my villages there, Young Oath? You see how I had 0 walking time on all of them? Holy speed on that one. We went from 1500 player to someone randomly very, very high level. Either that or they're very low level and they've been searching forever. And I got unlucky. A player has disconnected because they don't want to play on the fantastic map that has been... I think we're going to play some 1500 plus game customs. I've had enough of the ranked ladder mindset. If you're at 1900 plus and you're dodging ranked ladder maps, I don't have time for you. And you show you set a really, really bad precedent and standard for this game to do that. Yeah, if you want to play, Hells come. First in, best dressed. I don't really care. We're sort of just hanging out until B vs Matreiuss, and I'm fed up with the ladder mentality. Sometimes just one player gets a gold mine behind it. That's literally the same on every single map. Every single developer map has that exact same feature. It's not unique to Mount Olympus. If you want to play balanced maps, you have to play on the Gameathlon's map set. I can explain it. Let me explain it while we wait for someone to join my game. Where's my arrow? Shape? Arrow? On here. This here is your map, right? It's split down the middle. This here is player that's split down the middle. Over here, this here, let me make this a bit bigger. This here is like a player 1 spawn, and this here is a player 2 spawn. This here is a gold mine, right? It can spawn. If this gold mine spawns, let's just say here. Wait, actually, excuse me. Let's start with the next thing that gets placed. This here is your settlement number 1. And this here is your settlement number 2, right? On the other side of the map, this here can be flipped or it can spawn exactly the same position. So either you're going to get it flipped like this, or you're going to get it flipped like this. Right? So that's your settlements. Let's say you get a map where it is... that actually might be not true. Hang on, I might have got that wrong. I think it might always be directly mirrored. I think it's always directly mirrored. My face is almost in the way, so let me just move this way. God, what is happening here? Okay, so now, if we get a gold mine spawn here, for example, you would expect the gold mine to spawn here, right? For the other player, that would be fair. But what happens is it could either spawn here, 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 or here. So these ones are paired, right? So you either these ones are, you either get this or this, right? This or this. If I get a gold mine spawn, let's say here, let me make a different color for it. Let's go with green. If I get a gold mine spawn here, it could spawn over here. It could spawn over here. It could spawn over here. And these are all sort of paired up to do this. Doesn't matter. And okay, hunt as well. If it's a hunt thing and it spawns here, right? You could get the spawn here. This could spawn here or here. Does that make sense? That's the dev maps. Okay. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'm going to play Hell's Ravage now. What's wrong with Mount Olympus? It's because people they only want to play incredibly open maps where they can abuse high-speed units and rating you a lot. Whereas on a closed map like Mount Olympus, it's pretty easy to wall yourself in, and that shuts down that really, really powerful cavalry thing. So they only want to play on super open maps. It's generally what happens. Okay, we're playing against Hell's Ravager's Odin. We have Shanong. All right.
什么猎人？
什么？遵命。是的，好的。
准备好了，遵命，猎人。
准备好了，出发。请下命令，遵命。
准备好了。是的，好的。
是的，出发，出发，遵命。
I don't think anyone has tried the Gameathlon version of Mount Olympus. Yeah, it's really, really good. I've tried it. I've really enjoyed it. I played a game versus Gaboth, and he of course lost because I'm way better than him on those sorts of maps. Thank you for the subscription. Sick. Appreciate you, my friend. Sick HD. Thanks, man.
请向处死。是的。
We go here.
好的。是的。是的。
请下命令，出发，遵命，遵命，出发，出发。
请下命令。什么？
是的，出发，遵命，出发。 是的，请下命令。
请下猎人。是的，出发，猎人。
准备好了，出发，出发。
I should have put it on the corner here. I should have put farms down against Odin. Oh well.
准备好了，遵命。
It's a lot of goats here.
出发，遵命。什么？出发。
准备好了。
Where do I put the temple? I don't want to put the temple in a place where he can kill it. I think I put it here.
准备好了。
In all honesty, I think that spot makes a lot of sense to me right now. I'm gonna put this guy over onto this. We won't go for the second Kwafu. We're not gonna greed it just in case we get rushed on this gold mine.
好的。是的。
Instead, we just build a couple of extra villages and live the dream. What was that other? What was this one? I would rather take the Kui drum if I had a choice, so we'll go over and grab that. We go this one. Couple more villages over here. Pop a little cheeky wall onto this. He might go forest fire, but It's fine.
什么？猎人。出发，猎人。
准备好了，
请下命令。
出发。
Couple more villages.
是的，
What people are doing nowadays is going pretty heavy on Hersa early on. So I'm actually going to open up with fire archers, play really defensively, and go
出
from
发，
there.
出发，准出发，准出准出发，准出发，准出准出准出发，准出发，准出准出出发，遵命。什么？建筑工
I'll drop that
伐木
there.
什么？伐木工。
是的，建筑工，伐木工。
I do want to get a
请下命令。
a Quafu out here
准备
first.
好了，出好的，
Okay, good.
请下命令。
I don't want to go there. Let's go this way.
什么？出发。
I'll come grab this if I can.
遵命。
是的，是的，好的，
One of
是
these.
的，
One of these.
是的，
Onto this.
是的。
I can't. No, we're
建
gonna
筑
do
工
this.
准备遵命。是的。建筑工。什出发？
准备好了，出发，遵命。出发。
Realize this is in the wrong spot.
是的，请准出发。什么？准出遵命出发。遵命，准备好了。
遵命。好的，是的，
是的。什么？出遵命。
请下命令。建筑工，建筑工，伐木工。
准备就绪，行，遵命，行。出发，准出发。是的。遵命，是行。
出发。好，是的，
准备就绪，行。准备好，遵命。什么？出发，请下命令。遵命，行。出遵命。是的，出发，出发，遵命。准备好了。
请好的，是的，好的，
出发，请下命令。
All right.
请下猎人。遵命，猎人。
是的，是的，好的，
是的。准备就绪，出发。遵命。
准备好了，
什么？建筑工，伐木，建筑伐木工。
是的，遵命，是的，
准备好了。
What the fuck? Why is this not working?
遵命，出发。遵命。
请下命令，
遵命。
什么出遵命？建筑工出遵命。
Meanwhile,
建筑工
my
建筑工
my shit just breaks.
是的。什么？出发。
That's really
准备
frustrating,
好
isn't
了，
it?
建筑工。
遵命。
是的，出发。建筑出发，建筑工，建筑工。
出发。遵命。遵命。准备好了。准备好，出发。
Can we get a house?
请下命令。
什么？
遵命。伐木工。什么？建筑工。伐木工。遵命。出发。出发。出发。遵命。出发。准备好。伐木工。出发。攻击。是的。建筑工。伐木工。是的。什么？准备好了，开战。是的。准备好了，请下。遵命。伐木工。
请下命令。
请下命。出发。建筑工。
准备好了，遵命。出发。
出发。是。出发。
什么？建筑工。伐木工。
准备好了，请下。出发。遵命。出发。出发。遵命。是的。遵命。准备出发。请下命令。命。出发。出发。
请下命令。伐木工。建筑工。
是的。是。出发。遵命。好的。遵命。出发。开战。
是。遵命。准备好了。出发。
是。伐木工。出发。请下命令。攻击。遵命。出发。出发。什么？出发。好的。出发。出发。出发。出发。
什么？请下遵命。
准备好了，伐木工。
建筑工。准备出发。遵命。建筑工。
出发。遵命。出发。
The fuck is that?
出发。
准备
请下
好了。
遵命。出发。遵命。是的。出发。什遵命。建筑工。出发。遵命。
什么？建筑工，请下命令。
出发。
出发。建筑工，准备遵命。建筑工。
出发。遵命。出发。遵命。请下。遵命。遵命。准备出发。建筑工，请下命令。遵命。出发。建筑工。是的。遵命。建筑工。是的。是的。是的。是遵命。
什么？是好的。是
请下命。出发。是遵命。出发。请下命令。遵命。请下命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。好的，请出发。遵命。什么？出发。遵命。遵命。是。准备好了。是的。出发。遵命。出发。
是的。
什么？
请出发。猎人。什么？建筑工。准备好。建筑工。
什么？遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。开战。攻击。请是的。准备就绪。准备就绪。遵命。开战。遵命。遵命。前进。出发。遵命。出发。行。好的，是遵命。请下命令。遵命。出发。遵命。
准备好了。
出发。建筑工。好的，请下命令。出发。出发。遵命。遵命。出发。行。出发。遵命。好的，遵命。
Hang on, I'm lost.
请下命令。出发。好的，出发。遵命。出发。请下准备就绪。请下命令。出发。是遵命。出发。出发。
请下命令。
好，遵命。准备好。矿工。
省事的，请下命令。
请下命令。是的。
遵命。
好的。遵命。准备出发。 遵命。行，请遵命。好，出发。是遵出发。遵出发。遵命。
是的。建筑工。
是的。
请下遵命。建筑工。
什么？遵命。建筑工。
出发。建筑工。什么？建筑工。矿工。准备好。建筑工。
出发。遵出发。遵命。
请遵命。出发。建筑工。建筑工。
遵命。出发。遵命。
什么？建筑工。
出发。
That loss of life there was caused by the villager wanting to be on the other side of the wall. Unfortunately,
是的。
矿工。
是的。好，是的。
遵命。出发。遵命。
I'm gonna need a lot more wood income.
遵命。
遵命。请出发。
准备好。矿工。
是遵行。准备就绪。是遵行。
Can I win a fight here if I fight?
行，
请遵命。建筑工、矿工。
行。行，请行。
什么？矿工，请下命。遵命。建筑伐木。
准备就遵命。遵命。
I mean, I probably should just go. Actually, I probably should just go to the next age, hey, and stop forcing as hard.
准备好了。建筑工。是的。建筑工。
行。是的。行。遵命。遵命。行。行。准备行，请遵命。
准备好了。建筑工、矿工。
请下命令。行。
Oops. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize it costs the wrong resource. Alright, let's go.
是的，建筑工、伐木工、伐木工、建筑工、伐木工。
You might have taken the town center as well.
遵命。是的。行。
I don't have any answers to.
准备就绪。行。遵命。
是的。 什么？遵命。
I'm gonna get caught here. I almost know it.
是的，攻击。遵命。出发。遵命。开战。出发。攻击。出发。是的。请下命令。出发。伐木工。建筑工。请下命令。遵命。出发。是。出发。
Fuck!
遵命。请下。遵命。
Did I not say go this way?
遵命。
准备什么？遵命。
This is really annoying.
下命令。
遵命。出发。
什么？建筑工。
出发。
出发。遵命。攻击。
遵命。出发。
出发。
出发。
请下命。出发。遵命。遵命。出发。
是的，好的。
是的，建筑工。准备好了。建筑工。
什么？是的，出发。是的，准备好，请遵。好的。
请下命令。
是的，是的。
出发。出发。
准备好了。
I swear I told this guy to come as well.
遵建筑工。
是的，出发。好的。
是什么？遵命。
请下命令。
出发。遵命。出发。攻击。
准备好，出发。遵矿工。
遵命。出发。准备好了。
什么？建筑工。
请
Wonderful.
下命令。准备好了。建筑工。出发。是的。
是的，出发。建筑工，遵命。建筑工，建筑工，请下建筑。
是什么？
请出发。遵命。 遵命，出发，准备就绪，出发，
出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，遵命。是建筑粮食工，出发。
准备好。是的。
什么？遵命，攻击。
什么？请遵矿工。准备好了，矿工。
遵命，出发。
出发。
遵命，出发。
什么？
遵命，出发。遵命，出发。开战。
准备好了，出发。
好的，遵命，
准备好了，
请下行，遵命，公开前进。
什么？
是遵命，
请下命令。
请遵命。建筑什么？建筑是粮食工。
Did that guy die?
是的，建筑
请下
工。
建筑工。
准备就绪，请下命令。
遵命。
开攻击，是的，攻击，开战，攻击，是的，攻击，开战，是的。 准备，松开，前进。下命令。是遵行，行。是的，
是的，请下出发。
行。
请下命令。什么矿工？
准备行，遵命。
准备好了，
攻击。
请下命令。 遵命出发，遵发，准备就绪，遵命。开战！
出发！遵命！遵命！出发！遵命！
Me getting destroyed, man. I always get done by this bullshit on the forest. My villagers opening up the forest in these matchups. I need to build better than that. All the fire archers were shooting the Val? Really? I thought they were attacking the berserks. I was wondering why I lost that fight so hard. That didn't even make sense. Should have won that one, I think. Oh well. Losing with S tier Shenong, yeah. I guess if I lose with Shenong, that must mean that me winning with Demeter means the Demeter is actually S triple plus tier, right? Why are we on this map? I missed 2 Demeter losses? What do you mean? People being bad with Demeter again? What's changed? Gaia from the Super Saiyajin. Okay.
Skeiði maður. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Til sa. Ég vil.
Good luck, good luck.
Skipan. Something. Sa.
Skilbúar á.
Til já. Yes, sa. Yes, something. Sa.
Hver þar? Ég vil. Timbursveit.
I wonder if the play against... I wonder if there's a more like solid play against Odin. It's less chaos by just
Skip. Yes.
playing for a town center
Jeg vil.
after the main base is protected.
Tilbúin.
Like a delayed second town center.
Yes, sa. Jeg
I'll
sa.
try that at some point, like Mr. Cows.
Jeg vil. Yes, 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 something.
I gotta go back
Yes,
anyways.
yes, Jeg vil. Something. Tilbud. Something. Yes, jeg vil. Yes, 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 jeg vil.
You think if you go Persephone, the Kronos game, you win?
Yes, something.
Well,
Jeg vil.
look.
Sa.
Here's the one thing I know.
Veiðimaður.
Because you guys have never actually played the god,
Já. Veiðimaður.
Til skipan.
you don't know what gods, what minor gods to go in what
Yes,
situations.
jeg vil. Skip. Sa. Jeg
Everyone
vil.
just wants to say Demeter's terrible.
Sa.
But it's like playing
Ja. Jeg
like
vil. Sa.
any other god and not going the right minor
Jeg
gods.
vil. Jeg vil. Jeg vil.
Take some time to learn this stuff.
Tilbuden. Yes,
Give it 6 months of and someone actually deciding to put some time into it.
Jeg vil.
And the god's gonna be broken. And then you're all gonna complain.
Til skipan.
And I'm gonna say, I told you so.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Tilbuden. Sa.
Já.
Skip something. Veiðimaður. Sa. Veiðimaður. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Ares feels awkward with every Greek god. Oh, it doesn't. What is that comment?
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Hver þar? Veiðimaður.
Yes, something. Sa. Skipan. Jeg vil. Sa. Something.
Já. Skipan. Já.
Oh, that villager was meant to go into food. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because we didn't put 50 food or 40 food into the last ox cart. Why are my villagers focusing on this ox cart instead of the town center?
Sa.
What is happening here?
Timbursveit.
Já. Timsa. Já. Veiðimaður.
Ja. Jeg vil. Sa. Jeg vil.
Tilbúin. Ég veiðimaður.
Til something. Sa. Jeg sa. Something.
What is this relic? I mean, I should grab it. I don't plan on losing any villages this game, but I should grab it. He says. CJL Mob says, I hope your 2026 is going well. It is going well. It's been, pretty good so far, I would say.
Hver þar? Samþykkt. Skip. Veiðimaður. Veiðimaður.
Já. Já. Satt. Hver ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
I think we just dropped the Asgardian hill fort in the main base here, literally right away.
Ja. Jeg vil.
Til. Já. Satt. Skip. Ég vil. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Hver. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Sa. Timbursveit.
Til samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Já.
Sorry, I
Já,
can't
skipan.
pacify my her,
Já.
sir.
Skipan.
Hver það? Something. Ég tilbúin.
We will see if we are up against a
Hver
town
það?
center or
Something.
not.
Satt.
Not there.
Something. Ég vil. Já. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Hver það? Something. Já. Ég vil.
Já, já.
Hver er þar? Tilbúin.
Já. Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Something.
Okay.
Já.
The next thing. Oh, there is a town center here.
Something.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just finished. Let's stop making
Hver
units.
something. Satt.
And
Ég
head over
vil.
here.
Já. Ég vil.
Not an issue. Actually, don't build that.
Já. Hver já. Something. Skipa. Tilbúin. Já. Hver það? Ég satt. Já. Something. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Satt.
I could go opposite
Yeah,
corner,
okay.
but I want to put pressure onto him, I think, because I've
Skip
made
some
some
here, here.
units.
Skipa.
TC.
tilbúin. Ég, something, já.
Já. Satt. Já. Tilbúin. Samt. Ég vil. Orustu slag. Já. Satt. Hver já. Satt. Something.
Some free favor is nice.
Já. Til ég something. Satt. Hver þar? Já. Já. Skipan. Til
Skipan.
satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég, já, something.
Til samþi. Satt.
Til ég, já. Já, ég vil. Something, ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Skip, ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Veiðimaður.
Til ég vil.
Til já. Ég samþykkt. Hver veiðimaður.
Ég samþykkt.
Já. Samþi.
Skip, já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já, something. Já.
Hver satt. Ég vil. Já. Já. Ég vil. Something. Hver satt.
Tilbúin. Satt. Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Skipa.
Já. Til satt. Já. Fjósamaður.
Satt. Hver já. Satt.
It's
Til ég, something, já. Ég skip hann. Já, ég, something, ég, já, something, ég, something, já.
Til ég.
I could happily go for another towns, and I think I just want to walk forward and
Já.
go kill him, man.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Til ég, something, já.
Skipan.
Because then I can put like another.
Ég
Can I
samþykkt.
get some favor in here, maybe?
Ég vil.
Skip, something, ég vil.
Hver það? Já.
Something. Ja, ég, já, já, something, já, something. Ég, something. Já, já, something. Já.
Já. Ég til orustu slag. Til já. Skipa. Hver já.
Tilbúin. Fækið fram. Skip. Ráð.
Til satt. Atrá. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Til orustu slag. Skipa. Já. Ég samþykkt. Satt.
Skipan. Já. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já.
Já. Hver er þar? Já. Tilbúin. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Skipan.
Til ég satt. Grjótsveinn.
Já. Já, ég vil. Já.
Hver er
Hver er
það?
þar?
Timbur veiðimaður.
Já, ég vil. Timbursveit.
Ég samt já. Til orustuslag. Já, Matreiuss.
Ég já. Ég já. Ég já. Ég já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Skipa. Tilbúin. Sækið til orustuslag. Já, tilbúin. Ég skal samþykkt. Já.
Skipan.
Ég samþykkt. Sækið fram. Skipa. Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil orustuslag. Fram. Tilbúin. Já. 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 Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Sækið fram. Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Til orustuslag.
Já. Skip samþykkt. Ég er satt. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður. Hver er það? Veiðimaður. Fjósamaður.
Já, skipan.
Já.
Tilbúin.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Til
Tilbúin.
orustuslag.
Ég
Já. Ég er samt veiðimaður.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Ég tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég tilbúin. Sækið fram.
Ég vil.
Skipan satt til. Ég vil samþykkt. Fjósamaður.
Okay.
Já, samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Satt. Ég satt til já.
Já. Já.
Skipan satt. Ég vil. Fjósamaður.
Hver er þar? Já, ég vil. Satt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Já, ég vil.
Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég vil. Ég vil.
Ég
Samþykkt.
samþykkt. Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Skip. Ég vil. Hver er það? Já, tilbúin. Satt.
Samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Satt.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Hver er það? Til já. Ég satt.
Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Satt.
Já, ég vil. Satt.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Ja, ja, ég samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Já.
Skipan.
Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Til ég vil. Já.
Ég samþykkt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Já, timbursveit.
Til já. Satt. Samþykkt. Matreiuss.
Já, til orustuslag. Já, ég samþykkt.
Matreiuss.
Ég sækið fram.
Hver er það?
Til ég vil. Timbur
Hver er
fjósamaður.
það?
Skip. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Já,
Grjótsveit.
já.
Tilbúin.
Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan? Já, samþykkt. Timbursveit.
Skipan. Satt. Já.
Já. Já. Hver ég samþykkt? Já, satt. Ég já.
Tilbúin.
Skip satt. Samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Hver ég Kimbersveit? Já, samþykkt. Skip. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já.
Hver þar? Ég vil.
Grjótsveit. Skipan.
Hver þar? Til satt. Já, vil. Skip samþykkt. Fyrst já, satt. Já, ég satt. Ég já, ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Til orrustu já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, satt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Til orrustuslag. Ég já. Ég já. Ég já. Ég vil. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Til ég já.
Ég já. Samþykkt.
Satt. Ég já. Já. Til orrustu slag. Já. Hver það? Matreiuss.
Ég vil. Ég já. Ég já. 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 Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Samþykkt.
Ég já. Ég fækið fram. Ég já. Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag. Já. Fækið fram. Ég já. Ég vil. Ég já. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Til orrustuslag. Ég vil. Fækið fram. Já. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Fækið fram. Já. Til skipan. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég já. Ég já. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Ég já. Ég já. Ég já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég já. Ég já. Já, samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég já. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Til satt. Samþykkt.
Til skipan. Já. Ég vil. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Ég. Já. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég já. Skipan.
Satt. Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Ég samþykkt.
Til grjótsveit.
Já. Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Ég vil.
Já, satt. Ég vil. Hver satt? Timbursveit. Ég vil. Grjótsveit. Skipan. Til satt. Timbursveit. Timbursveit.
Já, samþykkt. Til, já, samþykkt. Sér, já, já, tilbúin, samþykkt. Sér, já, tilbúin, ég vil. Já, 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 ég vil. Til, já, ég vil, já, ég vil, já. Skip, samþykkt, tilbúin, ég vil. Já, já, ég vil.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin, orrustuslag. Samþykkt, ég, já.
Ég vil. Samþykkt.
I'm in trouble.
Timbursveit.
Fuck me.
Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Skipa.
Hver þar?
Timbursveit. Ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Satt.
Hver það? Satt. Grjótsveit.
Til já.
Já. Tilbúin.
Skipan. Hver það? Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Skipan. Ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Til orrustuslag.
Tilbúin. Satt. Já. Já.
Til, já. Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Já.
Hver það?
Samþykkt.
Til, já.
Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Já. satt, já, ég vil. Já, satt, ég vil.
Ég vil.
Já.
Satt, samt timbursveit. Hver er það?
Skipan.
Tilbúin. Ádrás. Já.
Já, ég vil. Já.
Ég grjótsveit.
Skipan. Já.
Já.
Tilbúin. Satt. Atrás.
Hver er það? Ádrás.
Fyrir tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, já.
Skipan. Atrás.
Til sækið
Já,
fram.
tilbúin. Atrás.
Til orustuslag.
Ég satt, já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt, já. Já, satt, ég satt. Já, til, já.
Já, skipan. Já. Sækið fram. Tilbúin.
Hver ég vil.
Satt. Tilbúin.
Ég timbursveit.
Fyrir þar.
Oh, I forgot to get these upgrades.
Skip.
I'm like, where's my economy at?
Tilbúin.
Oh no. That is some feels bad, man.
Tilbúin.
Ég timbursveit.
Ég samþykkt.
Skip, satt, ég, já, samþykkt. Ég vil, samþykkt. Já, satt, ég, samþykkt. Já, satt, ég, satt, samþykkt. Já, ég, samþykkt. Satt.
Já,
Ég, já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, satt, ég, samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ég, samþykkt. Já, satt.
Skip. Ég vil samþykkt.
Timbur satt.
Ég.
Fyrir þar. Ég, samþykkt, satt. Já, satt, samþykkt.
skipan. Já.
Tilbúin.
Timbursveit.
Samþykkt. Já. Já, samþykkt.
Já, ég satt. Já, ég vil. Satt, aðrás.
Já. Skipan.
Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Hver er það? Ég vil samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Fyrir, já, satt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Satt. Já, fyrir það. Ég vil samþykkt. Já, satt. Skip, já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Fyrst, já. Já, satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Samþykkt.
Til skip. Tilbúin. Rás. Sæti. Til orustuslag. Já.
Skip. Til fyrir, já. Til ég satt. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Til. Já. Ég sæti.
Tilbúin.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já.
Já. Til samt. Ég. Rás.
Skipan. Hver er þar? Satt.
Já. Til. Já. Ég samt. Já. Til orustuslag.
Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Grjótsveit.
Satt.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt. Samt grjótsveit.
Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Til
Til
orustuslag.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Til orðusslag.
Ég vil. Satt. Grjótsveit.
Tilbúin. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Fyrir það. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Aðrás. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Satt. Já. Fyrir samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Til skipan.
Hver er það? Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skip, ég vil.
Til fyrir þar.
Tilbúin.
Já, skip, ég vil.
Já.
Til orustu slag.
Já.
Já, satt.
Skipan.
Skipan.
Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Já. Hver er það?
Já. Atrá. Já, atrá.
Skipan.
Skipan? Tilbúin.
Til ég vil. Grjótsveit. Tilbú. Samþykkt.
Já. Tilbúin. Skipan.
Já. Hver er það? Timbursveit. Samþykkt. Grjótsveit.
Já. Skip samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Já, ég vil samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Satt. Já, samsatt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan?
Já.
Til ég vil. Átrás. Skipan?
Atrás.
Hver er grjót? Átrás.
Samsatt.
Já. Ég vil.
Já.
Samþykkt.
Ég vil samþykkt.
Til skip. Já.
Hver er það? Atrás.
Já. Átrás. Samþykkt.
Já. Satt. Grjótsveit.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Já. Til orustu slag.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Hver er það? Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Ég til samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Fram. Til ég vil.
Grjótsveit.
Tilbúin.
Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Já, ég samsatt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Já. Bækið. Fram.
Skip. Ég vil.
Til já.
Já. Grjótsveit. Hver er það?
Til já. Skip. Já, ég samþykkt. Fyrir já.
Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Tilbúin.
Já. Skipan?
Já.
Já. Ég já. Skipan.
Já.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Ég satt. Já. Ég vil satt. Já.
Ég vil.
Skip. Já. Ég satt. Ég vil. Já.
Atrás.
Skipan. Grjótsveit.
Tilbúin.
Ég samþykkt.
I need more
Ég vil.
farmers here.
Já. Skipan. Já. Til
Já.
orustu slag.
Átrás. Átrás.
Já.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Til
Já.
skip.
Tilbúin.
Ég vil. Já. Fyrst satt. Ég vil samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Ég vil. Já.
Já. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Atrás.
Já. Atrás.
Tilbúin. Bækið. Já. Atrás.
Tilbúin.
Grjótsveit.
Já.
Fyrir það.
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Ég vil. Já. Satt.
Okay, we still have gold.
Já.
Let's grab this
Samþykkt.
town center slowly.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Já.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Já. Satt. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Til samt. Ég vil. Já. Samt. Já. Fyrir. Já. tilbud. Jeg sjá satt.
Styrka fætin fram. Já, ég tilbúin. Já, samt ég já. Já,
Já, grjótsveit.
tilbúin samþykkt.
Já,
Skipan, ég skal samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Frá fætin fram.
Grjótsveit.
Skipan, tilbúin.
Hver er það? Timbursveit.
Probably should get that upgrade.
Já, tilbúin. Timbursveit.
já, ég samþykkt.
GG. Oh, we did it. Couldn't have forgotten. I was like, I wonder why I'm so far behind on economy. And I went and looked at my eco upgrades and I was like, oh, I don't have any eco ups. Fuck. The champion of not getting demoralized by the score. It's because I know that Atlantean kind of sucks as a hyper late game civ. I mean, Gaia not so much, but Chronos for sure. Uranus not so much actually. You know, and it's just Chronos. But I guess if I have some sort of an advantage, then score doesn't matter, right? The advantage I had here was I had my corners. These three. Do I play Susanoo? I don't play a good Susanoo. I try to stay away from that god. You can keep behind the score and toggle it off when you see Chronos. Yeah. I guess it also depends on what god I'm playing. If you play like Set, for example, being behind on the score doesn't matter. If you're playing as Atlantean and being behind on the score is kind of a big mental toll because you should be in front. I give up a lot, don't you worry. I like to give up. We've got about 25 minutes until showtime. So we're going to have a quick little look-see at a ladder game. We've got Mr. Husk Soup playing some Demeter for us. As I obviously showed everybody how OP Demeter is yesterday. And now Demeter is flavor of the month while everyone has to work out how to best abuse the god. Because obviously that is all that needs to happen. Pegasus says, did you beat Ben? I'm gonna be nicer to Ben. You gotta let him have a win or two here and there. He's one of the good ones, you know? Let me have a look. Recent, I am not magic, just finished a game. All right. That's funny. I like that name. If I look at, would it be a 2000 level game? Is Pegasus Rush 2000 plus at the moment or what? Pegasus. He hasn't played any games in the past day. Not a single game is being played. I don't see him anywhere. He's just trolling the Twitch chat. Does he play the game anymore? Or is he sub 2000 elo? Or is it the sad Batman? Is that... No, that's not... Who's the sad Batman? Obi-Wan Shinobi? Little Gecko? That's a funny name. Nah, there is no Pegasus Rush. Apparently Pegasus retired after beating Ben. Well. There is no such thing as retirement. We all know this. It's all just breaks. We all just take breaks. Are we still sure? Not sure if Demeter is OP. I thought the consensus is Dryads carry her and Egypt bad. No, the whole package is what carries Demeter. What are you talking about? You can't be like, ah. Got to keep my 15 win strike on Zeus alive. Zeus is OP. Like 15 wins on Zeus is like having 15 wins on Susanoo. It's like not really that much of an accomplishment. God's really, really OP. Hang on, let's zoom forward and see what Super's gonna try and do here. Double stable. Unstable. Couple Hippias. Into a heroic age, right? This is kind of what makes sense for Demeter against this god. I've been trying to think about how to survive against the cheese. Oh, he went Town Center. I guess if you see this, then sure, Town Center makes sense as well. The meta is to cast players 800 elo apart to support your argument. Wait, I'm just waiting on Matreiuss versus B. I have no meta. I have no alternate. I don't got nothing. Benji Keys says, what is the meta at the moment? I'm new to the game. If you're new to the game, I wouldn't really worry much about the meta. I would worry about spending my resources. That includes favor. And making sure that none of my military buildings have got more than one thing queued into them at a time. My god, it's Chrono JJ. What's happening, man? Just click this. Click it. Use the thing. Holding on to Arcadian Meadow is going to be is the big problem. Chrono JJ was so good on Legacy they made Mercenaries useless in Retold. Yeah, look, Mercenaries should have just not been remade and retold. They should have given Egyptian like a half decent army instead.
Athens.
It's not that they don't exist. They do get built. But they're actually more of an emergency defense thing now than some part of your army. Bring back Medjai. Yuck. Medjai, very, very yucky. Is building Lycaon good versus set? Yes! Yes, yes, yes. It just depends on... It depends on things like, are they building camel riders or not? If they're building camel riders, then Lycaon become really, really useful in your army. And if they're building pure spearmen, they're probably decent, but not as good. realistically, you just want to get to the heroic age and make Hamadryads as Demeter. Whatever way you can get to the heroic age and make Hamadryad without being too far behind on tech, that's the way you got to play. Like, I think that the idea, I think I've got an idea, and I think it's fairly consistent. Every single game should be a fast heroic from Demeter, and then you react after you, well, not even after, but you react based on what their town center state is. If they're on 2 TC, you go fast heroic, and they go 2 TC, right? You go fast heroic into the second town center. And then you're only 10 villages behind-ish, and you can catch up with Lycaon a little bit with the upgrade. Dude, Super's getting destroyed here. This 1400 player is way better than you guys. This guy's showing everyone the business. Look at these myth units being built, doing damage. That's what I like to see. I guess this Rush learned Anubis from Kavoth. Is that the one where Kavoth lost 2 Anubites for free? Versus... No worries, Fake. I got you. One TC versus 1 TC. Building like Kaon and ecoing seems really good for Demeter. Yeah. I do have a feeling that the fast heroic is the better option though versus Norse. It's just a feeling. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a feeling. Rather than building any Lycan. My god, he's going off. Are you dropping another town center? This guy's crazy. Like he wants to lose. I've been having a lot of success with Kronos. Might be S tier. Is that because of what we talked about? Are you starting to see the vision, Mr. Kavoth? I didn't watch the recorded game of you versus my Demeter, but I think you were doing what I was doing. Late game? Nah, you're missing it. You don't get it. Kavoth beat Tunison. Yeah, but Tunison doesn't know what he's doing. And Tunison also said that if he didn't go Persephone, he would have won that game. So until I see someone playing Demeter correctly and losing, I'm gonna stay on my high horse. What god were you, Kavoth? Should I watch it? I'll just tell Tunison all his mistakes. Kronos? Yeah. Yeah, you should have lost that one then. Hera is the correct choice versus Kronos. Yeah, he did go Hera? He was in my chat saying he went Persephone. Maybe it was the other way around. If Soup put 15 more villagers on favor right now and built nothing but Hamadryad, he would win this game. No problems. What is it with everybody wanting to play this game without myth units? I don't get it. Can someone explain the phenomenon? Is it just deep-seated hatred towards the myth unit that's been birthed from Legacy, from myth units being so shit? Is that what's going on? Phoenix.
Λέγε.
You would be proud of my Russia or Baihu Bender ATM to skip the text and get 4 or 5 from bad boys. Myth units were even better in Legacy? Really? Which one? Oh, that Phoenix got some value. I feel like Soup is just AFK here. Like, which... I guess the Centaur... Nah, the Centaur is better in Retold. Like, you have the potential to get more value in with the Legacy Centaur, but... And I think it was more frustrating to play against than on Legacy. But I think you can get more value out of the Centaur in Retold. Nah, if you don't accept, you can't just say nah. Boy, please. The Retold Centaur does a fuck ton more damage than the Legacy Centaur. It's not even close. Like, the Retold Centaur can kill an entire army of units. The Legacy Centaur can kill one villager. Like, let's be real. Three Curious were designed around 160 pop. That's why they kind of suck now. I think Soup is just having some fun here. Where's my guys' houses? Chimera felt better in Legacy. Nah. The Chimera is really good on Retold. People just don't build myth units. This is what I'm saying. People just don't build them. Every time I play and I build the myth unit, I'm like, no, this is really good. What are you talking about? He's refusing to use the God's kit, and he's losing. Well, he's going equal. Earthquake better on Retold? Is it? What about the Egyptian Age 3 Crocodile unit? Were they stronger originally? In Legacy? But Zuccos? I don't think so. No way. I can't remember that unit even existing in Legacy. Did people build it? Sorry, Matreiuss, I forget you take about 10 zillion years to type. 3 hit a Vil, and we're going back to the Centaur. 3 hit a Vil and snipe with 2 Centaurs 1 by 1 was better than the Waterfall Trickle. That's just simply not the case. I can kill... again, you're killing one unit. I'm killing the entirety of your army. It's like... It's not even close. But if you only build like 2 Centaur or 3 Centaur, sure, the Legacy Centaur at 3 Centaur might have more value than the Retold Centaur at 3. But in Retold, you have a butt ton more population. You have like, what is it? You have something like 80 pop of military in Legacy, and you have 135 pop in Retold. So that's an extra... It's basically double the pop. So you should be making double the myth unit, or even more, actually. And the more units that are out, the more value that area of effect damage gets. Okay? I'm glad we're on the same page. Was the rock more? Ah, yeah, the rock was definitely... the rock was definitely better in Legacy. I think they could probably bring that back now. They probably could bring back the Legacy rock, in all honesty. It was incredibly frustrating to play against, but in Retold, there's the tracking ballistics for heroes that kind of changes the whole thing on the flying units. But of course, everyone's got deep-seated hatred towards myth units, so they won't agree with me. Like Kavoth, he hates myth units. The only thing that would struggle versus it is Norse, I guess, because Norse would cry because they can't shoot up. I should just get rid of the Goatee and let the Herso throw his hammer or throw an axe or something. Like upwards. I mean, people just stop making myth units because you know you can recast God Power and that feels easy. Yeah. Most people are recasting God Powers because the recastable God Powers is easier to do. I wouldn't say it's more consistent. I mean, it used to be. There was some things that were just better. Like, it's probably still better to use a secondary cast of Restoration. I don't think it's better to use the third one. Actually, you know what? It's better to do Restoration after you make all the myth units anyways. John recasting Solar Shield. Exactly. You watch a John Arbiter game, and, I mean, sure, like, look, you watch a John Arbiter game and you go, where are the myth units? And this is a very, very common playstyle amongst top players. It's not just because John doesn't want to build myth units. It's because, for whatever reason, past a certain level, the players just don't want to build them. And I don't have a good answer for why. Did I have time to check that gather rate calculator thing? I did not have time to check it, no. I had a lot more emotion when I watched a John Arbiter game than just where the myth units. Myth units are... I wouldn't call myth units OP. I would say that it is better to make myth units than to not make myth units in like 90% of circumstances. And we're almost ready for this B versus Matreiuss game. Well, they haven't started their draft, so we're going to sit in here until they start their draft. Because things like Bushy, Pioneers, that's not how it works. Sorry. If you run face first into a counter unit with your unit and it dies, that is you misplaying. However, if you make a nice mix of myth unit plus human unit, especially counter unit, to kill off said human unit, said hero. So for example, Pioneer, if I make cavalry or if I make counter archer, then all of a sudden I kill off the hero and then my myth unit kills off all of the human units. This is a very common occurrence. So if I go back to the early days of how to learn Age of Mythology, fundamentals, right? I said, the first thing you need to learn how to do is learn, with micro, is learn how to put your heroes on enemy myth units. Because if you don't put your heroes on enemy myth units, you lose the fight. It doesn't matter how many units you've got because the myth units are going to kill them. That's how important it is, right? So then if you go, the next extension of that is, okay, if my opponent is trying to focus down my myth units, what should I do? Well, I pull my myth unit back, or all of my myth units back, and that then drags their heroes into my army. And therefore I can kill their heroes with my human units. And then I can pull my myth units back into the army and then kill off all of the human units, if that makes sense. So it's like it's a micro game. And that's what makes it really fun. That's where all the micro is in Age of Mythology. If you don't use myth units, all of a sudden, there's not a great deal of micro in this game. There's focus fire micro, there's a little bit of pullback micro, There's archer shoot and scoop micro, but not much more. But as soon as you have myth units, oh baby, now there's consistent positional micro for the entirety of your army. Consistent. And it's really, really fun. But what do I know? So I guess what I'm trying to say is those that don't like microing their army probably don't like myth. You just want to hit A move and then go. You can play Norse and build myth units. They basically work with the A move, but yeah. I used to be in a good relationship with A move. She's changed. Well, all right. These guys are currently drafting. We can get that sorted. We will be starting with the B versus Matreiuss game soon. They are still going. Mass Versa with bronze shields beats all of that. I don't know what you're talking about. See, Soup would rather drop a 100 favor Arcadian Meadow into Wither, into kill his own town center, than build myth units here. If that doesn't tell you anything about what's going through his mind right now, I don't know what does. I couldn't be more upset. Did the camel riders get heavy here? Or no? Oh, they do. Okay, that's nice. They don't go up to champion camel rider, but they are at champion if you get it. All right. Let's change over to the other scene. You don't know what you're watching, but this seems strong. If the red player had 5-6 Phoenix, he would have won that game. He would have won that fight. I almost guarantee it because there weren't any heroes and there weren't any myth units on the other side. We're going to go black and we're going to be back in a hot second. Look, we're back. Yay. Okay, where are they up to? They've only just started their pick ban phase. Okay. Well, we've got ourselves today. We've got 3DB versus Matreiuss. That's happening right now. We are going to be watching Grass versus Kiber at 1800 GMT, which is in 3 hours. There might be something in the middle, some ladder games or something. I don't know. It depends on how long the 3DB versus Matreiuss game goes. Generally, we don't get longer than a 2.5 hour series, but it is possible. Matreiuss has had a tendency to like to resign when he feels like he's lost. He doesn't like to fight, so that can shorten the series down a little bit. Look, it's Soup. We just watched the Soup Demeter show. I couldn't have been more disappointed if I tried to be. Matreiuss also has a tendency to resign when he is winning. I'm not sure about that. Do I play on Xbox or Steam? I play on Steam. I would, if I was you, Soup, I would hide in my secret scrims with that god. You don't want to give away the power. DC real good. You paid 100. You paid 100 favor and 3 god powers to kill your town center. Oh dear. So, yeah. I'm excited for this game. I think it's going to be interesting. Matreiuss is one of the more mechanical players. 3DB is a ridiculously mechanical player. So it'll be interesting on it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen there. Chris, I just answered. I answered it like 3 minutes ago. I play on Steam, not on Xbox. Is there ever an occasion to garrison units into Heliopolis? Okay, so best situation is with Vortex. Now you might ask, Boit, how do I use Vortex with Greek, with my Heliopolis? To which I say you don't. You do it with Kronos. Kronos plus Trader on a Heliopolis, then you garrison citizens into the Heliopolis and you Vortex, and then you've got back builds happening. Feels good. Other options would be in a situation where your Toxotes are not helping at all. So you could garrison into a Heliopolis while attacking a building, and you might get more DPS. I'm not exactly sure. Last week finals, Boit was casting so biased towards Soup vs. Mosca. He was like a sad dad watching you lose, but he pretended not to be biased. It was very sweet. Look, it's bald bros unite. I go for the bald guys. We got Soup, we got Zucht. We kind of have Tunison. I think he got some sort of a hair transplant though. Bald bros unite. You guys don't know what it's like. You guys don't have any clue. Oh, we can move on. All right, let's go to the head-to-head. I don't know if these guys have played each other before. This could be their first meeting. Let's have a look. Oh, they played each other plenty of times. They played each other an impressive amount of times. Wait, they played each other in Gameathlon already? Really? When did they play? How did Matreiuss lose 3-0? This is unheard of. Maybe that's why I don't remember, because it was an uneventful game. I need to go back and look at this. Hang on, give me a second. When did they play? In the playoff qualifier? Which one was it? B versus Matador, B versus Recon. In playoff 2? B versus Garneth, B versus Grass. Did they play last week? Is this a rematch from last week? Is that why I didn't see it? Oh, it absolutely is. That's why I didn't see it. Well, there you go. Cool. Well, of course, Matreiuss lost with all of the Norse gods because Norse not very good. Thor, Loki, and Odin losses. Not surprised about that. Let's jump. I'm just kidding. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they picked. It does have a date on there, but I didn't read the date. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a time to be alive. We are back with another installment of Gameathlon Road to Athens Weekly. This is your weekly weekday weekly Age Mythology content. This is what you signed up for. This is what we want to present. This is the good stuff. We've got two incredible competitors here today. We've got 3DB from Russia, and we have the Italian stallion himself, Mr. Matreiuss, the mechanics. Matthew. No, that's not his name at all. Okay. So, Gorge, Ghost Lake, Mirage, Elysium Step are the pickle maps for today. These guys have decided that they do not like to play on maps like Mount Olympus. Elysium is there. What's that one? Can't even see it. Midgard, Blue Lagoon, Giza, Cloud Forest, and Budapest. They don't want to play on those maps. That's fair enough. Gods getting picked here. We've got the bands of Set and Isis from 3DB, and we've got the bands of Tezcatlipoca, Huitzilopochtli from Matreiuss into the picks from B. He grabs Ra. Not sure what that first pick is all about, but we'll see if he's going to be able to get another win with it. Matreiuss on the other side picks Poseidon and Hades, of course, picking the ultra powerful, super strong Greek gods. Then we got the Fushi Odin from B. Matreiuss then grabs his 2 Norse gods in Loki and Thor. And then B is going to pick up Quetzalcoatl and Gaia. Matreiuss picks up Zeus Kronos. And the Freyr as the last pick from B into our first matchup on the map Gorge, which is a beautiful and awesome and amazing map. But even more amazing matchup. We've got a Ra versus Zeus affair here, guys. So there you have it. We're finally getting to see the Greeks on a map that is not a water map. This is what you like to see. And it's going to be an interesting one. So there's a lot of different ways to play this as Zeus. He's a very versatile god. He's got a lot of different strengths, from underworld to bronze, to utilizing lots of restorations, making a lot of centaur, making a lot of manticore, making a lot of hydra. It's got a really strong late game with lightning storm into more centaur, manticore, hydra, minotaur, Medusa. Arguably has one of the strongest death balls in the game as well, but is very, very difficult to get to those. Ra, on the other hand, Ra's got the slinger, guys. Are we going to see slingers in this game? You guys are saying stuff about Liquipedia. Liquipedia is, I think that Reddy is on a break this week, so he's not going to be able to update stuff for us. But yeah. Am I looking here or only in Twitch chat? I'm only looking in YouTube chat. That's the only place I look. Twitch chat doesn't exist. I'm just kidding. I love both of you guys. All right. All right. All right. I was mistreated in YouTube. But yeah, so the good thing here about playing as Zeus is you have plenty of creative options versus the Slinger inside of Centaur, inside of Manticore, inside of Thracian Horses, Spirited Charge, Hippias. So if Matreiuss is going to predict that B is going to play for the same type of strategies, then he'll be able to have some sort of a plan here to go into this. That's kind of the beauty of this playoffs. The more you play in it, the more your main go-to strategies get exposed, and you can play into that, or you can play away from that as well. So those are the shenanigans there. We are ready now to jump into game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Zeus versus Ra. Let us jump into it on the map Gorge and enjoy the Discord ping, because that's still happening. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another installment of your Gameathlon Athens Road to Athens. Playoffs number 4. We've had 3 finalists, well, 3 finalist winners already, 3 qualifiers already from the group of 5. There were 3 waiting already qualified from previous events inside of the Mystic Kavoth and the Rapple. Now we're just getting the rest sorted out. There's 2 more spots remaining. There's not really a lot more time for these players to mess around. If you haven't locked in on the best way to play this game at the moment, chances are you're probably never going to find it. So we'll see how things are going to go. In the right side of the map, the Italian stallion himself, Matreiuss, playing as the king of the gods himself, Zeus. His opponent today, a fearsome competitor, has had a very, very solid qualifiers thus far, but has not been able to get past the semifinals just yet. His name is 3DB. And today he's going to be playing Ra for us to kick off this best of 5 series. Let's check out the relics on the map. Up to the top, we have the 9 cauldrons. That's always nice. Very, very good for the Egyptian side of things, making those camel riders better, chariot archers better, war elephants better. We've got Harmonia's necklace over here as well, which is villagers gather gold plus 10% faster. Onto the bottom side of the map, there is the Matreiuss Magay. That one is a very big relic to pick up as well. Always nice to have the extra income for resources, for losing units. And Gungnir Odin's Spear. This is great for the hoplites, and generally Zeus does want to build those hoplites, so he will want to pick that up. It also does affect the Spearman for 3DB, which is going to be potentially a very important part for B as well. As Athena on the way for Matreiuss, he is going quick to this classical age. The map being Gorge actually does have a relatively close spawn, so charging across the map with a Minotaur, a Heracles, and looking for early game pressure, early game damage is going to be very, very strong, viable, powerful, all things. As we will see Dar coming in, and 3DB may be looking for his Shifting Sands second town center option, but a Minotaur on this gold mine is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, at least for a small amount of time. 30 seconds-ish, though we will have the Pharaoh and the Priest coming in here to help out, as the other Priest is on its way back, has picked up the Harmonia's necklace, and in comes the Minotaur for little bits of pressure. Priest coming out to have some sort of a defense against the Heracles. 3 Priests is very, very important here to defend. 3 Priests will be able to defend the Heracles damage. And of course, in comes the skin of the Rhino to be an immediate threat, as Jason and Heracles now coming forward, happily going to be going after those priests here. Can he pick that one off? Yes, he does. Picks off one priest, going after the next priest here as well. Village is going to be continuing on the gold mine, getting closer and closer there to the next stage of the game. In comes the bolt there onto that Pharaoh, as another priest is now getting targeted down. The Wadjet gets chased after here. There is no getting away from the Heracles and the Jason. Picks that off. Jason might end up falling, as Matreiuss says, all right, time to pull out here. He will be getting himself in that HP, and B continues to get closer and closer to his second town center. Village is getting pulled off the gold mine right now. There is a Shifting Sands available. Barracks are going to be coming up now from B. This looks like he is abandoning his plan for the time being, but let's have a quick look at what's happening over here, as Matreiuss, a stock standard follow-up for this early game pressure. He goes for his own second town center, and B has got no idea where it is, how it is, or why it is at this point. It could be a massive units sitting back waiting for a potential second town center attempt. It could be a fast heroic. It could be a second town center. And it is the second town center right now for Matreiuss. So he is off to a very, very powerful start here in this game, as now the Spearmen are going to start coming out for B to look for any small amounts of early game damage. B also, unfortunately, has a priest there that he might be forgetting about, as in comes the Heracles harassment there onto that priest, preventing anything from happening, but the heals from the priest is too much, and the Heracles will need to bail out of there. Up to the top side, Matreiuss grabbing himself all of that hunt there, as the Minotaur will clean up some obelisks up onto the top side. And B, he still hasn't really moved anywhere just yet. It looks like he's going to actually Shifting Sands here. I don't know if I like that play. He's setting up onto this side. Here comes the Shifting Sands. So this is going to be the second town center on the way. I don't think the Matreiuss is going to be able to stop this, but Matreiuss probably is going to be able to get a scout onto it. And from here, he sees the priest. He sees this priest over here. And from here, he's going to have a very good idea of what to do moving forward, because it's a very delayed second town center from 3DB. Difference in villages for the moment is going to be 5, which is a considerable advantage, as the hoplites pulling back. Can he pick off the spearman? Speed is not on his side. Good control from B for the moment, as Matreiuss will say, all right, I'm going to run. This is fine. Great control from B. Spearmen have the speed advantage, which means they can get out easily. Now, behind this, Matreiuss has got 2 really interesting options. Option number 1 is to go for Dionysus. Option number 2 is to go for Apollo. Realistically, he shouldn't stay in the classical age. Going for a third town center here might feel like a half-decent idea. Technically speaking, with the 5-ish villager advantage he's got, he should be able to get the 700 resources he needs inside of the advantage to drop that town center and get into an equal state, or a really big advantage. But simply put, it is risky, and it does open yourself up to getting raided, which is not easy to deal with at the moment. Some walls coming up over onto this side, locking up this side of the map. There are some black bears here that you have to be a little bit careful about. As the spearman, axeman going to start coming in, and Matreiuss is going to be getting himself Hippias and Toxotes. Staying in the classical age is something that is a little bit surprising here, as the spearman will catch out the Kataskopos. No! Kataskopos high fives the spearman, and he says, can't catch me. Villagers are going to pull back here as this wall is abandoned for the time being. So Hippias, Toxotes, Hoplites. The problem with this, to some degree, is just simply you can't out-spam the Ra player. You can't build more stuff than the Ra player is going to be building here, because Ra's got these barracks and they just build units so quickly from them. The Axeman comes out at 12 seconds, and then with that empowerment comes out maybe at 10 seconds or even faster. Spearman up to the top side, taking a look on these villages, as Matreiuss can just simply turn around and shank this. He should be fine to do so, but he's got to be paying attention on it. He's charging in onto this position while this is all going on. Villager up onto the top, goes down. More villagers going down, turns around on the shank. 1 villager down. Spearman up here, going to be getting another vill pick. The fact that B is getting this position and getting these kills is gigantic. Now we see slingers starting to come through for 3DB, and Matreiuss is just going to be pulling back ever so slightly away from this. So the units here are out of position, and I like Matreiuss's army here. Turns and tries to get some damage in. His ballistics is going to be on the way. And behind this, heroic age, very, very valid. Another interesting idea here for 3DB is to get this Shifting Sands in. He's got 40 favor with a good amount of vision somewhere. You can potentially Shifting Sands onto this, onto this, onto this, onto this. There's a lot of different options here. As in comes Matreiuss. Restoration comes down, trying to take down the priest, but not running that Minotaur away to keep it alive. It's still going to be getting cleaned up, though, as Matreiuss charges forward, trying to take out that back line. The Axemen, though, are going to deal with those hoplites very, very easily. I don't know what Matreiuss was thinking with this fight. Yes, he has the restoration, but even winning this fight, it's not going to be super easy. Matreiuss does end up coming out with a slight advantage here, but the longer this fight goes on, the more advantage that B has. He's got the defender's advantage. He's spamming those units out very, very quickly. But B is falling behind here ever so slightly. 2.2k to 1.6k ends up being roughly a similar position after all is said and done. As Matreiuss is going to continue trying to push forward here. And B says, thank you very much for the fish. That's Matreiuss. I have to say, I think he lost a little bit of his position there with that restoration now being utilized. Up onto the top side, looking to kill off some villages. These are Skin of the Rhino villages. They don't have themselves the survival techniques technology just yet, which basically makes them near unkillable. Great spread here from Matreiuss as he's trying to get in onto these villages. Gotta be so careful versus the Skin of the Rhino villages. They just turn and start auto-attacking. And Matreiuss now will say, okay, let's pull back. Let's think about this a little bit differently. Picking off a couple of those cheap barracks units. But B has now got himself the military resource lead. And now we'll see Apollo. Now here's the thing from Matreiuss. As he's going Apollo here, huge movement though from B coming up onto this spot. Matreiuss might need to run. Because he's going Apollo here, a really strong play would be to just take all of these villages off of the town center into the temple, maybe drop a second temple and make a lot of Manticore right away. As Matreiuss will simply run his villages, a couple of hoplites going to be getting picked off here. Again, these villages are just so strong for Ra. It is one of the really powerful points about Ra, is that Skin of the Rhino tech, is how much damage they do, how much survivability they have. Matreiuss going to attempt to come up onto this spot, looking for some more picks. Does pick off one villager here. No retreat from B just yet. Now he pulls. That's another vill pick. Up onto the top side, however, a bit of a counterattack is going to be coming in, as Matreiuss does need to get out of here with these gold villages. Taking down the Pharaoh wouldn't be a terrible move here either. Up onto this side, in comes the army of B. Matreiuss finally reacting, trying to pull into the town center. Some garrisoning there is going to be big. Units falling up onto this side as the reinforcements are coming in, but B says, okay, let's pull back from that side up onto this side. Town center might end up going down, but units are now coming through. The town center does quite a bit of damage with this amount of villages garrisoned inside of it. Got to be careful there. Not only that, the Manticore is going to be coming in. Masons now comes through into the middle side of the map. The Manticore is in to try and take out some villages by itself here. The hero Manticore up onto the top side coming in. B throws away a lot of units on this position. I don't know who comes out in front after all of that, because there was a lot of idle time, but a lot of units lost. B kind of stuck in the classical age. He needs a lot of gold, but with 33 villages on gold, that's going to come in very quickly. And you have to imagine the heroic age is going to be on the way. And I love this pickup from Matreiuss, getting himself Temple of Healing to get that Manticore back up to full HP. It's very, very cheap. Now up onto this side, pushing these units back. That Manticore is too difficult to deal with. More units starting to come in, and Matreiuss will pull back. He's starting to get the resources together for a potential Mythic Age as well. Does he have a fortress? No. Onto this side, however, in comes the Manticore. Hoplites to take out the priest, and those villagers will be bailing away from this. So far, lots and lots of losses in this game. 3DB has now not got the food he needs. He's still got berries up onto the top, so he doesn't need to farm. He does not have the food he needs to get to that heroic age. Only 7 villagers on food as well. Matreiuss back over onto this position. Manticore numbers are not what I want to see. There's only 2 of them. If he had 4, 5, all of a sudden, this incredibly low HP army of 3DB looks very, very weak. Great cut off there from 3DB as the Manticore will not go down 6 HP here. Use the special on the units. No. Okay, it's down. He doesn't use the special. Probably could have got about 500 damage done with that attack. Could be wrong. It was Matreiuss pulling back. Now he can start making himself the Paspis, Toxotes. And here's the big thing. Even if B gets to the heroic age here, through segment, which is what he wants, he might go He might go Sobek, which I think is probably the better call. But if he goes through segment and he wants to go for the super slingers, doesn't give him much value because the well, the Peltas are just better than the slinger. And we are going to be seeing Sobek. So this makes sense. Lots of favor in the bank for Petsuchos. B also up on this gold mine, trying to mine that out. Really does need to kill off this granary. It's a lot of vision up onto this side. Everyone forgets how much vision you get with those sorts of things, as this hoplite will sneak through. Looks like Matreiuss is attempting to get some sort of knowledge. He wants to see if the town center is up or not. It is indeed up. Hippias going to attempt to get in onto this spot as well. Good control here from Matreiuss for the time being. It is a very close fight here, but the army of Matreiuss has Hypaspist in it. Those slingers are not going to be surviving here very long. Manticore control from Matreiuss on point there. Pulls that one back. Got to pull the other one back. There might be a Locust in onto this position as well, as the military differential does come out relatively close after that fight finishes. I think Matreiuss is up on the top, hitting villagers instead. Going to bring his Manticore back in to help finish off the fight. The priest's trying to heal everyone up. Matreiuss gets some kills. We will see that Petsuchos on the way, but the B army gets annihilated. The rock lands. That's also going to get annihilated. And Matreiuss probably now can start thinking about his own third town center. He can look to kill this off. Random Underworld into the back to lock off this gold mine too. Fortress over here would not go astray. Matreiuss just going to be cleaning up the mining camp. B is in a world of hurt. How can B bring this game back is the big question. A big rain is going to be key. He hasn't got all these farms up, but there's 15 farms about to be through, but he's losing out on a lot of food from clicking that rain just that little bit early. Lots and lots of favor in the bank as well now for Matreiuss, so he can group his army up wherever it may be and go for another restoration. An Underworld restoration play here does make some sense. How many hoplites does he have, though, to actually take out? He's got 17. They are all up at the top, or at least a handful of them are up at the top. There is a fortress in as well. Hephaestus, Hera, doesn't really matter at this point which way he wants to go. But a Mythic Age makes a lot of sense. Does B, he's a man after my own heart. He's literally got 3 temples in right now to make all of these Petsuchos out. And Petsuchos have been one of those units that a lot of players, a lot of high-level players have said, this unit is really, really strong. Now, unfortunately, in this specific matchup, Zeus has got access to a unit which is incredibly powerful. In comes the Underworld, onto the villagers, onto the back line here. In comes the raid, onto this position while that's all going on. And of course, Matreiuss here probably should just run. And he will get around onto this back line to get some kills. The villagers start shanking. They've got 69 HP, 44% hack armor, 6.6 damage. The hoplites will get some kills, but B will be able to hold where that's concerned. As behind this, in comes the Hera. After all is said and done, this Underworld passage did not get the value that Matreiuss wanted. Matreiuss now going up for that third town center and into the main base. He is now going. trying to catch these units out of position. We will see that sun-dried mud brick coming through, which gets all of these buildings up to a crazy amount of HP. There's so much favor in the bank here. I don't know exactly what Matreiuss is saving up for, whether it be... Actually, I'll tell you what would be ridiculous. Hera Manticore. The monstrous rage Manticore, that would be absolutely insane versus this type of army. As B, he is getting baited into this, and Matreiuss says, come with me. Let's just chill for a minute. It's fine. We're just gonna hang on this position for a minute. Spam units in, and then there's going to be a lightning storm of some variety. In comes the restoration, as the units will be pulling back to try and get a little bit more damage in. The Patsucos on the back are getting so much damage, though. The heroes for Matreiuss, he's only got the two of them in here, as Jason is stuck at the back trying to push through. But even with all of these Patsucos, the army melts to the Greek power. As in comes the heroes to try and take out that backline spearman, poking away at the Jason. Great control from B, great awareness to take that down. One Patsucos is down. The Odysseus is cleaning up the next one. The spearman still trying to frontline here, but in a couple of seconds, there will be a lightning storm. And B thinks he's about to win this one, but no, in comes the lightning storm. The units here for B are going to get erased, but so too are Matreiuss's units going down. So even though Matreiuss cleans up the army of B with this lightning storm, Matreiuss is only left with 3.4k military resources in the bank. Behind this, in comes champion infantry and the all-important Argive patronage. We'll also see the Locusts coming in for a little bit of support there. To some degree, I feel like B could have dropped that after the restoration here, but not the case. And we will start to see Manticore. But the most important thing here for Matreiuss is to get that monstrous rage tech. One thing you can do once you get into a comfortable position in this like late game in the Mythic Age is you can start looking to put 20 villages on favor, 30 villages on favor, 40 villages on favor, and a lot more onto wood. And you can go for Manticore, you can go for Centaur, you can go for Medusa as the late game unit, with also including Colossus or Hydra if need be as your other big tanky frontline unit. But B, he is getting himself back out an army here, and Matreiuss not able to shut this game down just yet. One thing behind this for B that he really is missing is that third monument. Potentially also a fourth monument. B is missing a secondary reign, a third reign in this game. But in comes the Manticore. Does he have the upgrade yet? Nope. I gotta say, there's so much random stuff in this game that you gotta think about. This game is incredibly deep. For those of you who don't know what Monstrous Rage does, let me just show you the tech. Extra 15% speed and a reduction of 25% of the attack. So it means that these Manticore are going to be blowing up units. Matreiuss, however, trying to push through here. He is getting a lot of damage done with these Manticore, but he doesn't have the army out just yet to actually do what he's trying to do here. B, on the other hand, now up to full population, basically securing this gold mine. The gold mines on the map remaining for B. There are 2 of them. He does need to start a market. He's got to start a trade route, which basically means he's stuck in the classic, in the heroic age for quite some time. On the flip side, Matreiuss, 1, 2, 3 gold mines remaining. Not really 3, but almost 3 gold mines remaining, and he has started his trade route. He's trying to poke forward here, trying to take these units down. Manticore charging in, takes down the Patsucos. Shoot and scoot with Manticore is such a powerful option. There's also the Temple on the front for Temple of Healing, so he can run those back and take the advantage there. Takes down all the units on that one as the Manticore goes down. Not able to pull back just yet. There is a couple of priests end up falling. Another Bellerophon is in, and Matreiuss has now got the advantage as he is pushing on the top side of the map with Myrmidon, free Myrmidon, hoplites. You can build in the fortress Myrmidon and get the free Myrmidon out. You can see this fortress here, for example, this one here is building both Myrmidon and getting free Myrmidon. So you don't slow yourself down where that's concerned. The only issue is that you don't get any value out of Argive patronage if you're at full population. But the B Town Center on the top side of the map ends up falling. Market going down, Armory going down. And the villagers here for Matreiuss will move forward and we'll take the fortress on the front to take the town center. And B, in this point in the game, says GG, unable to make it happen here. I think it was just from the very beginning of this game, B was so dead set on getting to that second town center fast as he possibly could that he didn't set up that defense against the early hero rush. And Matreiuss, well, he got it scouted. He saw the Ford gold mine. The gold mine can spawn in a variety of different positions, but this was incredibly forward. Matreiuss charges in and B defends it fine, but it puts him behind on the villagers. And on top of that, he gets stuck in the classical age and he makes those incredibly weak slingers that just could not do anything. I'm just kidding. The barracks army here is just not very powerful versus that Zeus premium army. Once the Zeus premium army gets set up and you mix in myth units, it's very, very tough for the Egyptians to play. B tried to make it work with the Petsuchos, which is a correct approach. But when you go Petsuchos, you need to play into Migdol stuff. So Migdol pushing and never allowing those Petsuchos to get out of position. But that would have been really slow to start creeping forward like that. I don't even mean Migdol is in the army. I mean Migdol pushing. So you use the Migdol plus Petsuchos plus walls and you sort of Migdol creep forward. But against this type of play. But B didn't go. Well, he did try to go for it, but couldn't quite make it work. But incredibly well played from Matreiuss for game number 1. Considering he was 3-0'd last week by B, this has got to feel good for him. All right, let's jump back into the draft and see what is going to be happening for game number 2. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty, our next game. Dun, 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 dun. Our next game is on the map Mirage and is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Hades. This is quite interesting. Bia has completely abandoned the Chronos in his draft. Completely abandoned it. That's surprising. He's been very much picking that god for this map for Budapest. But he says Quetzalcoatl is the god that he wants on this map. I haven't seen a huge amount of Quetzalcoatl on this map, but it does make a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised to see Quetzalcoatl having some success here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how Hades goes for Matreiuss on the map Mirage. And let's see if B can pull this one back and show Matreiuss he means business, like last week. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, another game, another you, another me in the left-hand corner of the map. Matreiuss up 1-0. He's going to continue with his Greek success here. Picking Zeus in game 1 into Hades. He's just going across the list. We go Zeus, we go Hades, then we go Poseidon. That's got to be the game plan. B, on the other hand, he says no more Egyptian because there are no more. He did ban out the other 2 Egyptians. And he's going to say, all right, time for the Quetzalcoatl. So the dock's now up for B. And the dock's up for Matreiuss. And the question is going to be, what exactly is the plan here for both of these players in this game? And the heart sinks when you see the storehouse for Matreiuss placed. Oh, you hate to see it. So for those of you playing at home, you were like, what's wrong with this storehouse? It's right next to the gold mine. This is totally normal, right? Well, just like in Age of Empires 2, and I have to imagine, just like in Age of Empires 4, you want to put your storehouse with just a little bit of a gap between it and the gold mine, such that your villagers can walk in here. I think even in Age of Empires 4, they made it so that when you place the drop-off, it places so it can't go close enough to the gold mine. Right? Yeah, automatically goes on there. So, of course, you have to have some skills to get that set up in Age of Mythology. It's not just done for you. You can see that he's tried to put a gap here, but he hasn't. It's directly on there. Oh well, he'll probably rebuild that one because it is so triggering to have it not there. It's not a huge loss of resources, but over the course of the entirety of this gold mine, deleting the storehouse and rebuilding it is actually worth it. It does take a while for it to pay off. All right. Some relics on the map. Let's see if anything's going to be super important. We've got Staff of Dionysus for the regeneration rate +1 for the villagers. It's always nice. It's just a nice relic. Not too impactful, but just nice. Belt of Argus +6 line of sight. I have seen that being very important, but I'm not sure it'll be super game-changing on Mirage. Ankh of Ra for a little bit of extra favor is always nice. And Heavenly Jeweled Spear makes another appearance to boost up the Plowmany Spearman as well as the Prodromus. Actually, this is the other one. This isn't bonus damage. It's extra melee attack range. It's actually kind of a big relic because it allows you to go into those units much more impactfully. Lots of damage, lots of bonus damage from being able to attack, being able to path easier because they can kind of attack over each other. And the storehouse is deleted as the classical age Athena coming in. And on the flip side, we will see Coyotl coming in for 3DB, which I do like because you get this really, really important technology for Quetzalcoatl, which is Teponazli drums, which makes your Eagle Warriors move at 5.0 speed. Which basically means they move, they can basically kite anything that the Hades army is going to want to make. So it puts Matreiuss in a bit of a difficult position here, where you would probably like to go for Aphrodite because it's a water map, because the tempo's there. Really, really nice. But if he goes Aphrodite, then he doesn't really have an amazing answer to the Eagle Warriors. He probably has to go through Apollo here for Manticore. Doesn't have Centaur. Doesn't have... Is there another unit? Am I forgetting something? Doesn't have Hamadryad. So he will be needing... Oop, as the Warrior Priest coming in. Matreiuss not paying attention. This is a lot of losses here for Matreiuss. He is too busy paying attention over here. He's putting the pressure onto the 3DB dock. Can you believe he went for a dock here? The Minotaur does end up going down. That's 2 Tenali, or 2 favor, over to 3DB. As the villager will turn. A little bit of Shanky Shanks. As in comes the Ajax, desperately trying to get those pokes in. And we will see a Siege Canoe come. That's a big investment actually from Matreiuss. One siege canoe is not going to cut it. I think Matreiuss is going to be dominating this water here for the moment. As the Ajax chases the Warrior Priest all the way off. And actually 3DB has to bring his Warrior Priest all the way back. Is this the villager? The villager makes it back home. The hero villager from Matreiuss makes it back home. Villager going to be repairing the dock down. Shinekwe is in. You want to turn this into a turret if you can. As another dock is now up for B. Another 2 docks are up for B. As the fight for 9 fish starts. Hey, is he turning them into... Yes, he is. These don't have any bonus versus ships. Oh, the Juggernauts destroy these. Don't they? They've only got 20% crush. How much crush do you actually do? 8 crush per second? Not that much. A little bit of an overstatement there. Overreaction. Anyways, onto the backside stable. Matreiuss has, for some reason, grabbed himself a trireme to defend his own water. And the attack, thus far... Can he get onto this? Nope. Yep. The fishing ships are back to work. And the game continues along. As Matreiuss says, time for a stable. He says, you ain't never seen a Greek player like me. We sneak a dock down onto the other side of the map. We go Hippias as Hades. As everyone goes, what is the significance of going cavalry as Hades? Aren't cavalry really good in this game? Don't you always talk about how good cavalry are? Generally, the best cavalry are at 6 speed and above. So, talking about units like the Camel Rider, like the Raiding Cavalry, like the Contarius, like the White Horse Cav. Like the Naginata Rider. Is that a restoration on the wall? Are you kidding me? All right, I can't with this Matreiuss here. This one makes no sense. Onto this top side. Still little bits of pressure as the trireme trying to take out the warrior priests here. In onto this side. Siege canoes going down as the Achilles gets a couple more picks here. Trying to charge out to the Shinekwe. They are very, very weak when not in turret form. I'm going to try and pull that back, but the Achilles, look, get in there. I mean, technically speaking, it's getting some value. There's a lot of ships coming in now from 3DB. I mean, after all is said and done, even if Matreiuss doesn't win this water here, he has forced a fairly significant investment from 3DB. But what does that matter? Is the question. As a couple of fishing ships will get dropped into this dock just to ensure that damage is going to come through. Probably doesn't need the other one. And up onto this side, in comes the Hippias. Looking for a little bits of raids, little bits of damage. Now the Spearman, as a reaction, perfect reaction from B, will send these Hippias packing, 2 Hippias going down, not able to get a huge amount of value, and that's going to be the Ajax getting taken out. As onto the next age, it seems, as a couple of boats do actually end up coming out here. And Matreiuss is not done with this water. He's going Aphrodite. He wants to keep attacking this water. Oh, he's like, I want to play on Mediterranean. Can we not have a water fight? And he gets one. This has been a fairly significant water fight. Archery range onto the front for Matreiuss. Stable there as well. Moves up to the top. The next dock getting taken down as Matreiuss will get just a little bit more damage done here. A couple more boats to come through. As Matreiuss going to drop one. I don't think... Is he going to be able to get the Skylar in onto this side? I mean, either way, he has to deal with the water myth unit from Quetzalcoatl. So there is that. If he does get the Scarlet Ring, I don't know if he's deleted the dock. I don't think he did. But nonetheless, moving over onto this side now. Who's come out in front here is the big question. So, on the first case, B has 68 favor, 69 favor in the bank right now. And a lot of that is from the Tenali gained from killing off these ships of Matreiuss. Matreiuss didn't gain anything in the way of favor there. He just gained time, and time is somewhat important, I would have to say, as onto the front, with its middle, getting caught out ever so slightly. Going to take a couple of hits of damage before pulling back into the main base here. There's a gold mine. He's getting mined out, and there is a pretty big issue arising here for 3DB, and that is an issue of 1, gold, and 2, the fact that there's a curse on the map. But can Matreiuss actually beat the Eagle Warriors that are going to be coming out? Can he actually do this now? I was talking about why maybe Apollo was the better call, just on the fact you get the Manticore. Pigs over here, well, they get sent back home. Lots of people like to forget about these, but that is a decent amount of food for later into the game as the Nemean Lion throwing away its life here. And in come the Eagle Warriors to put a stop to these Toxotes getting any value. Nemean Lion does get kept alive, but lots of losses where that's concerned, as in comes the Tjipler as well. And Matreiuss, well, he's out of there. More Nemean Lions coming in. How fast are they? They're only 4.8 speed, so the Eagle Warriors can kite those for days. But if you get the stun onto the Eagle Warrior, well, all of a sudden, now the units from Matreiuss are going to be really, really strong. Golden Apples also now starting to come through as the Peltast on the way. Matreiuss in the middle of the map does get caught out a little bit, but he can try to win the fight where that's concerned, as up onto this side. Hippias chasing down the Eagle Warriors. Peltast is doing the shenanigans here as the Hippias trying to get back, trying to get that Nemean Lion close enough. It gets stunned up there. The Pegasus does have the gold mine scouted. You can only shoot and scoot back so far, as in comes the Starfall, and Matreiuss says, no worries, let me get out of that. And we'll pull back to the next part of the game. Not sure there's going to be a gold staff here for Matreiuss. It's going to be a little bit tricky. It's the middle. Will end up going down. I mean, actually, there is the Minotaur. I wonder if making Labyrinth of Minos Minotaur wouldn't be a terrible idea here. Try and sneak one around the back, charge forward, headbutt everything into the front. Kind of makes sense. Headbutt everything into the Nemean Lions. Now we've got the walls coming up over onto this side. Oh no. It's happened again to the B-Man. He stopped trading villages. But Matreiuss, I gotta say, Matreiuss is the type of player here to resign after he loses an army. So there is a world here where Lullaby gets dropped down, Matreiuss loses the army, and then he taps out anyways. I don't want to... It might happen. You never know. Now in comes the units here as the Nemean Lions. Very, very scary. Great control from both players, but Matreiuss pushes B back. Ballistics coming through. Still no villages up. Both players... Oh, Matreiuss doesn't have himself that Salt M4 attack. Doesn't have himself Shaft Mine either, as the army of B does get spotted coming down to the bottom side, and Matreiuss quick to react, and he will go for the counter raid. Nemean Rex are in here as well, so there's no running from this, but there is Lullaby. You almost have to drop Lullaby here, right? If the Nemean Lion can get on the front and actually use its ability, there goes the first roar. There goes the second roar. All the villages get stunned up. That's a lot of kills there. And in comes the army, though, from B. Matreiuss pulls back. There goes the lullaby. After this, though, the lullaby will be finished. We will see a Tijipla getting converted in. Units trying to bail back. Bit of revenge fire from B, but Matreiuss is now up 30 villages. 30 villages. Nemean Lion tries to get in, tries to get that stun yet again. Zom gets dropped down when in trouble. You Zom. And where to from now for B? He's got a 100 favor in the bank. There is also Tailwind. These Eagle Warriors do not have the crush damage here. Matreiuss needs to be patient. The advantage that Matreiuss has here is the unit quality. With the mix of Myth unit being stronger as Hades, with the fact that he's got the more population effective units as well. Considering the Tlalmani Spearman, not very population effective, very resource effective. So waiting for that 175 pop. I wouldn't be against 15 villagers going onto the temple for that restoration to come up and a big push at this point either. Still no villagers for B. There has to be a world where you just look up and go, why is my economy so small? Absolute disaster. Town center coming up for B as well now. As surely you see the town center going up and go, oh, my villagers aren't training. But Matreiuss happily now sitting back. Will we see Artemis in this game is the big question behind all of this. I was talking up a lot of the other myth units that Greeks got access to, but one myth unit that I think a lot of people have severely underestimated for a very, very long time is the Chimera, and I know Matreiuss likes the unit. So we'll see if he's going to go that way. As in comes the units up onto this side. Matreiuss not wanting to fight, happily sitting back here as walls trying to go up. A couple of villagers will end up going down here for Matreiuss as the villagers just pull back. Now onto the front side, we will see a great temple on the way. 7 seconds remaining, 5 seconds remaining. He's not going to be able to stop this, but he might be able to take it out as the villagers pull off, garrisoning into this position. Matreiuss says, nope, let's run away. And up to the Mythic Age comes Artemis. So the Spearmen, they're sneaking through. And this time, no, Matreiuss is paying attention. Does B see this? Oh, oh, oh. I don't know if he spotted the villagers running up onto this side. There goes the Eagle Warrior. Now, here's the other issue, though, for Matreiuss is now the villagers are started again, but B isn't training any of them because he is full pop. Matreiuss also isn't training any villagers. And in comes the units here from B. Matreiuss with the pushback. B with the shoot and scoot micro. Not able to quite get that continuing. Into the main base comes some of those spearmen. They are moving at 5.3 speed. As you've got to be very, very careful here not to just lose them all. B knows he needs to get some Vil picks in this game. So the Nemean Lion does get the stun off. Another Nemean Lion coming in onto this side. Another Zom getting dropped down. Look at all of these Sentinels on the front for the time being. Over onto this spot, the Hydra getting involved. Gets a couple of smacks off. As Matreiuss waiting back. His Pegasus now hovering over here. B does get a half decent amount of damage done. We'll see if this meteor, this earthquake, is going to have any significant impact in this game. Matreiuss, with the Shade Scout, sees the Warrior Priest coming that way. B comes in to fend him off. Pegasus is now into the middle map here. That's going to be the earthquake on the way. There it goes. He drops it directly onto the town center. B's town center down. Infrastructure also going to be falling. In comes champion archers as well. Great Temple, 20 seconds from coming away. It's like he's forgotten what's happened there. Town center up onto this side as the Talmani Spearman getting taken out. B valiantly fighting. Chimera on this side. A little bit confused as to what that's doing, but it is going to get pulled back. More Chimera to come through. And one of the crazy combos is actually the Nemean Rex plus Chimera combo. Because it stuns the units up. So if you sit inside of the blaze, it does 20 damage to the unit that attacks, divine damage to the unit that attacks, and it's 6 divine damage for 6 seconds. So 36 divine damage if you're sitting inside of that for the entirety of the game, or entirety of the fight. And the Nemean Rex obviously stun you for at least a second. And then you're slowed for 2 seconds. So you're not getting out of this, out of the special. And then on top of that, you grab Flames of Typhoon as plus 40%. So 6 divine plus 40%. Not nothing. In fact, the opposite of nothing. It is something. As the Great Temple on this left side does get taken down. B can attempt to swing around here to get onto this position. He does have a gold mine over here that he can potentially grab too. But I feel like Matreiuss just needs to kind of go for the jugular at this moment. Secure the third town center. Put the siege on. Poison Arrows is in now as well. So the Atontan Smashers are going to get brutalized by these archers. But Matreiuss says, I got to pull back for the time being. I'm not sure what he's waiting on. Fortified town centers can also be an option here as well. So a couple of hits of damage onto that side. Whenever you've got the lead, as far as Matreiuss does, sometimes the best option is just to realize why you've got it. If it's because you've just won a big fight, then keep on pushing. If it's because you're in front on eco by a lot, then maybe pull back and sit on that eco for a little bit longer. The Chimera charging forward. In comes the Titsamiddles. And B, not able to come close on that fight, does end up tapping out. And game 2 goes to Matreiuss here. He is on a tear with the Greek, but I do wonder what happened in this game if B did not forget his villager count. We take a quick look at the thing. Oh dear, you look at the villager diff here. It was up to 47. And he was 47 for so long. He stopped it in the heroic age as well. That's a really weird time to stop the villagers. And then he sacrificed, or he lost a bunch here as well. He's just so far behind. Nonetheless, Matreiuss now 1 win away from his first quarterfinals, I think. I don't think he's made it to the quarterfinals yet. He's been losing in the first round. I think he's lost first round every time. So 1 win from the quarterfinals. He is showing a very strong Greek, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring out his pride and joy in Poseidon. Let's jump back over to the drafts and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. All right, guys, we got our next game. To no one's surprise, we do see the Poseidon from Matreiuss, but the pick is as telegraphed as it possibly can be. And be Reddit. Because this map is traditionally a Thor map. And Matreiuss has Thor in his God pool. but he picks Poseidon. Gaia comes in, and I actually don't like this pick at all from Matreiuss, even though his Poseidon is incredibly good. Even though we saw Mosca win this exact matchup against Magic the other day, this is not an easy matchup for Poseidon in the slightest. Thor, on the other hand, I gotta say, I really like playing Thor versus Gaia. And I'm sure Matreiuss would have liked to play Thor versus Gaia as well. But there is one thing going for Matreiuss right now that I think is probably can't be understated. He's just played 2 games of Greek, so he is really inside the Greek state of being, which matters quite a bit in tournament. Let's jump into the next game on Ghost Lake and see if Matreiuss can get the sweep or if B is going to force a game 4. Off we go. Game number 3. Poseidon on the map Ghost Lake on a 1 medium gold mine Ghost Lake versus Ra. No, that's Gaia. Versus Gaia. So, I think that Moscow is onto the right angle here when it went fast heroic. I think he was right in that assessment. But I think it's not as simple as just copy Moscow. Because, I mean, if you haven't seen that series, Moscow versus Magic yet, I implore you to go watch it because it was incredibly entertaining. Yeah, very, very entertaining series. Must watch Age of Mythology. Some incredible strategic brilliance from Mosca in that series. And he went for a fast heroic in this matchup. He went for a pressure fast heroic through Hermes into Dionysus and had a really, really good game. But even inside of that, I don't think Mosca would have walked away from that going, yeah, this is Poseidon favored. I'm happy playing Poseidon. No. This matchup is difficult because Oceanus exists. Oceanus comes with it the Caladria, which can shut down pressure pretty hard. Comes with it the weightless mace for the catapulties, which speed those up. And also comes with it channels, which means if you're trying to make aggressive raids happen, even at 6.1 or 6.3, whatever the speed is, 6.3 speed, those catapulties are moving at about 5.8 speed, or even faster if they go to heroized, right? On Gaia Lush, I can't even remember. So they can actually shut that down completely, which means your raids, it's very, very tough to make them happen versus a very clean Gaia. That being said, there's still Ares as an option here. That's not what we're going to be seeing. There's Hermes. There's still Ares as an option, and you can still play that way as well. Matreiuss going for the Hermes option. I wouldn't be surprised to see him attempt a fast heroic here. And B, well, he advances late. He advances with a differing god. He is going for Leto. Well, this changes everything. This is a very, very different style. We'll see what Matreiuss is going to be able to do here as B literally just says, lol, you're building Centaur? I've got Gaia Lush. We'll have to pull back the other villager as Matreiuss is literally just looking for any idle time he can cause because he's probably not getting a citizen kill. Oracle Hero coming in. In comes the Matreiuss. Svadilfari's Sledge. Theseus on the way. In comes the heroes. Atalanta as well, going to try and take out that Oracle. In comes the Automaton. Dropping that early isn't the worst thing in the world, but you do need to get out another Automaton to rebuild it pretty quickly. Theseus versus the Oracle over here coming in, and that will get pulled back. Up onto the top comes the counter barracks there from B. I don't know if I like the counter barracks in this situation, but he's going to come in here. Will he get the citizen pick? I think Matreiuss is going to get a fill pick early on. A second one as well. Absolute no. Overreaction. That's not what happened. Heroes charging forward, trying to take out the other citizen here as well. That's going to get pulled into the tower here. In comes the hero Terma. Citizen back out 15 HP in a dream as Matreiuss sees the opportunity, almost gets it. That guy Lush heal keeps it alive up to 7 HP there. And with the hero Terma, Matreiuss says, all right, let me out right now. And behind this, town center for Matreiuss. He's got back food here, but I actually don't know if I like the fact that he took the foot off the pedal here. This is a game plan that, I mean, it's been good since the start of Retold, right? But just because it's good in a lot of different circumstances doesn't mean it's good right now. I would have much preferred to see a heroic age here out of Matreiuss than that second town center. Reason being is, against Leto, there is a real big issue if you get stuck against the Automaton. Now, I don't know if B is going to go for Automaton here, or if he's just going Leto for the extra favor boost. He is going to be dropping a town center behind this, so it's not an all-in. So no problems. But Matreiuss still is going to have to deal with those myth units later on. It could be Stymphalian birds. It could be Lampedes. The Leto late game is very, very strong. Leto, Thea, Hecate. If that's the way that B is going to want to play this. Oracle gets taken out as Tale of Cerberus. Big relic actually for Matreiuss. We've seen him really enjoying the Nemean Lion. We've seen him enjoying the Manticore in the first game. He doesn't have Manticore as beside him. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go into Nemean Lions again with that relic and into the Chimera to help out as well later on. Now up onto this side, Matreiuss can start looking to wall this gold mine off. B also has his own gold mine over here, so he can enjoy that sooner or later. And there will be a plethora of spider lairs getting dropped down as they do go into the main base. You may not charge into my main base without losing units. And to some degree, when you are playing versus Leto, unless you have an option of full hero armies like, say, Thor or Loki, you kind of have to just say, all right, we're going to play more of a map control based game, less of an all-out aggression, trying to put raids on and trying to kill villages and things like that. Or you use the Pegasus to scout where the spider lairs are, and you know where they are and you play around it that way. Yeah, the Pegasus can reveal the spider lairs. The spider lair invisibility works the same as traps from Aztecs. So there is that. As the Catapulti's coming in. No reaction from Matreiuss just yet. Gonna have to pull back on that one. Atalanta and the Centaur can help deal with this. It's not a big issue. Definitely don't want the Hippias to die, but it is going to be happening there. Duskapos also taking some damage. There's a Theseus going to go down. That's not the end of the world. You actually kind of want that Theseus to die to some degree. As the Hippias charging after those Terma over there. Atalanta going to deal with the low HP Catapultis. This channel's coming in from B. And Matreiuss, he is actually going Aphrodite. I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up seeing those Nemean Lions again. It's a bit offbeat because, yes, he's got the relic, right? He got this relic in, which I think is huge for the Nemean Lions. It's huge for the Chimera. Great control from Matreiuss, dodging the arrows as the Hippias are going to chase down these Oh, I think I would have kept charging in there, but anyways. Centaur comes through. Random stable getting dropped onto the spider head on the middle just so he doesn't run over it. Nice play from great awareness from Matreiuss, actually, as he picks off one catapulti. Gets the damage onto the next catapult. You can't turn around with this one because it's just going to die. Though more coming in will send Matreiuss packing. No, he takes this out. He can drop Curse onto this if he wants. Not a terrible idea. As in comes the Nemean Lion, stun, trying to pick up everything in the middle. There's also Hoplite joining into the fight as B pulling all the way back to his other spider lairs here. And Matreiuss does pull back into this position to take out the rest of these units. More Terma going down. B has not gotten any value out of these spider eggs in this game. Thus far, Matreiuss has been so switched on here. But here's the thing. Not going for Dionysus does mean that Matreiuss doesn't get Thracian horses. So his Hippias do lose a bit of value. His Tyroi lose a bit of value. But he does have access to this curse push that could do a lot of damage over on this position. Gold mine's about to expire for B. Of course, it would do more damage if he had bronze, but curse is always going to be pretty decent, as a couple of heroes are going to get converted in. The moment here, Matreiuss happily sitting back. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see him just go Mythic Age, to be honest. One random Oracle on the back here. Does Matreiuss notice this? He's got to be staring at the minimap while his villagers come by. Oh, he does notice it. Shanky. Oh. What is he doing? He just leaves it there. Okay, he'll send the Hippias over there. No worries. I see you. What are you doing here? Okay, in comes B now with his own army of nonsense here. The issue with him charging in is those 8 catapultis are going to all die to a curse, and then he's going to get charged down. Life is going to be really, really tough. In comes the fortress from Matreiuss. Mythic Age is available to Matreiuss here as well for a little bit of power greeting as B decides to move forward onto this gold mine. I'd love to see him get his own heroic age in here through Thea and get set up, but wow. Matreiuss with a 14-minute, 30-ish second Hephaestus. He's got Ceasefire, he's got Curse, he's got all of his gold mines under control. He's got a fortress here that even if that dies, he then has some militia behind this. I don't think B can do anything here. He is going to get met with a 190 population full iron army in about 4 minutes. Less than 4 minutes. Maybe a bit more than 4 minutes. Let's go with 4 minutes. Let's lock in 4 minutes. 17 minutes into the game. It's going to be very, very tough for 3DB. B's going Thea. He's only got the 3 oracles out at the moment. Caraballister are coming in an attempt to deal with these Paspis, which is a smart idea, and it forces Matreiuss to have to build archery ranges and build himself Peltast. But there's it's very difficult to actually push with these units. There's only 2 Caraballister in. They move at 4.4 speed on Lush, which is kind of a really big deal. Most archers are only moving at 4 speed. Unless they've got a cavalry unit underneath them or they are a DLC archer from Aztecs. Meanwhile, a couple of archer ranges do come through as I think Matreiuss spotted he spotted the Caraballister getting spammed out. Now, you can still out micro the Peltas with the Caraballister. Idea is these have got 20 range. They've got more speed than the Peltast. And, well, you just run away when the Peltas target them. And then you can kill off the Peltas with the rest of your units. And in comes the Forge of Olympus here. Army charging forward for the time being. Curse gets dropped down. Not the curse. Stun gets dropped down. In comes the Caraballister onto the backside. A little bit of scariness there as B does pounce, and Matreiuss sees that and goes, oh dear, let me run. But in comes now the Polyphemus trying to take out that Stymphalian bird. 50 HP remaining on that one. And in comes the Hecate from B as another fortress for Matreiuss, because why not? But B says, okay, late game it is. Late game Gaia is really, really strong. But the issue, the main pressing issue for B is that in doing this, he gives full population, full iron availability over to Matreiuss. Matreiuss is actually building Toxotes here. I'm surprised to not see the Peltast. But nonetheless, full iron now in 33 seconds. Units will start piling out. Curse is still available. Hecate will be through, so the Dryads are going to be really strong. Of course, the Polyphemus, he does a crazy amount of damage with his special attack. That's 60... Sorry, excuse me. That's 600 hack damage onto a Dryad, which only has 458 effective hack armor. So he one hits the Dryads. So you got to be careful. Now, it's pretty easy to get that special to not hit the Dryads because most people use it on auto queue or insta special. Just send in a unit, have it get used on that, run back. Now, you can't spread lush on here, can you? You can't build here, right? Yeah, you can't build on the... Wait, you can? I'm kind of confused. I don't think you can. I don't think you can spread lush. Anyways, Hecate about to hit. We will see all of the Caraballists getting heroized. Matreiuss trying to look for his first fight here. I don't know if this is 110% the best option. In comes the Polyphemus. Misses all of those Dryads there. Curse still not getting dropped down. Now he drops it, but there's only 3 units getting hit there. Hero units here from B getting a big amount of damage. The population from Matreiuss drops incredibly hard there. And these Caraballister are doing some big damage. In comes the Tartarian Gate. Matreiuss really underestimating those Caraballister. He's dropping a town center behind this as well. Will we see the Peltast is the big question. Colossus are coming in. But Colossus into this specific army right now is probably not the right call. He needs to get counter units in ASAP. More Toxotes, more hoplites for Matreiuss. The Tartarian Gate at the bottom of the map doesn't really do a lot. And Zuccolo's the bottom gold mine, I guess. Matreiuss is in a bit of a... he was in such a dominating position. But that one push into Matreiuss' Caraballister ball just changes the entire state of this game. Double Fortress up on this position is going to be tough to attack into, but the control from B here is impeccable. As always. He is doing it right with the Caraballister on box formation. So I've said this a billion times, but if you want to work on your box formation micro, you run with the army, select all, run with the army. Then you select your Caraballister attack move, shoot, select all, and then run back. It's a lot of buttons to push, but it's incredibly powerful. As we will see Celerity in from B, so he's going for the Super Dryads. Another fortress up onto the front here as Peltast are finally on the way. But even that being said, these, without having any lush to be on top of, they are still faster than the Peltast, so they can stay out of range of those. Though the Peltast will go to 21 range with Champion, which does put them... Oh, actually, excuse me. I thought there was a 20 range. 18 range. I'm stupid. Never mind. Fortress is coming up to the top. Walls coming down here as well. B getting himself the palace down the bottom. I'm sure a market will start. At some point, he's going to have that lush spread everywhere. Citizen gets cleaned up over here. 205 population. Greek army in a really strong position. But the B army looks terrifying. Matreiuss, it's a death ball versus death ball army to some degree here. You've got to be so careful with those hoplites. I almost think it would be worth it to not build a single hoplite at the moment. As in comes the Polyphemus, bashes those Dryads away. Now comes in the Colossus to try and tank everything up. Hero units, are there enough to take out the Colossus is the question. Peltas coming in, taking out the Coroballista, and the army of B melts. And now the main town center is going to be the next port of call here. As Toxotes Peltas is doing absolute work. Now the mix-in of Contarius to try and deal with all of this. Polyphemus smacking units away from those gold Colossus here. Matt going to be pulling those back, trying to eat up the Gaia Forest. He's got a forward temple for more Colossus at the moment. I questioned the Colossus at the start, but these bad boys have done absolute work at the moment. But Matreiuss is struggling to produce units here. One smack away from killing this fortified town center, or two smacks as the Polyphemus is going to start going to town on it. Pulls the other gold Colossus back. Town center falls. In now comes the Thea Contarius. There's options for Matreiuss to build Prodromus. He still doesn't have the upgrades for them though. This is a problem that I always run into when I play Greeks, where I don't have enough military buildings. Matreiuss trying to build up onto the front here. Does he have Divine Blood? Yes, he does. So these buildings come down incredibly quickly. But B, he has managed to build out an army yet again. The Tartarian Gate did actually fall. I missed that one going down. Excuse me. Must have been a Colossus or something. As the Colossus just continuing to eat these trees. He gains so much HP during all of this. B's got himself up to 8 oracles, however, though, so favor will be incredibly quick to come by. And B pushes back, and Matreiuss, with what he thought was the winning push, has been sent back to the drawing board. Now, he does have all of these fortresses up. 3 fortresses up. His gold mine's up here, coming through. B's not going to give it to him that easily here in this series. Toxotes on the way. Hoplites coming through. Do you want to build a Tyroi here is the other option. Spirited Charge a Tyroi, even without Thracian horses, can be very, very important. Take out the backline easily, for example. But Matreiuss getting back up to his death ball of Hoplite, Peltast, Hero. Some Toxotes in the mix. Coroballista heroes are back in yet again, though, for 3DB. Matreiuss has got 10 Peltast, but so far, Matreiuss has kind of been struggling versus these Coroballista. In come the Hoplites. The Coroballista are getting sent back here as they're trying to take out that back line, or the front line, I should say. The Peltas yet again targeting the Coroballista. B pulls back, trying to drag those Peltas in here, but he's not pulling back enough. 225 pops standing very, very strong as the Hoplite numbers. They're at 27 here, ladies and gentlemen. And B, what can he do now? Is up onto the top side. The Colossus knocking at the door. Hero units coming through. Hero citizens to deal with that as the town center is back up, but in comes the Polyphemus to take all these guys down. Heliopolis rolling forward. Matreiuss feeling the win in his fingertips. Peltas slowly trying to take out the Coroballista on the back line. Town center falls yet again. And B not able to hold on here as he drops this town center. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, at 235 pop to 135 pop at 24 minutes and 40 seconds into this game, that is going to be it. And Matreiuss comes in with a statement piece here. With 3 Greek picks and 3 Greek wins, he takes B out in straight sets. A completely different series to last week, which I didn't see at all. 3 Norse gods from Matreiuss last week with 3 losses. And this week, 3 Greek wins. Completely different Matreiuss on this in this game, in this series. An incredible showing for him, as we will be seeing him in the quarterfinals on Saturday this weekend. I hope you guys have enjoyed the game today. We'll check out the bracket and see who he's going to be facing. But our next series doesn't start for another hour and a half. So for those of you who are here just for the tournament shenanigans, come back in an hour and a half. For everyone else, we're going to continue playing some ladder shenanigans. I need to eat something for tonight as well, so I'm going to have a short break. We're going to watch a recorded game, and then we're going to continue on. For now, however, let's check out the bracket. Alrighty, so 3DB does lose to Matreiuss, and Matreiuss will move on to play Izamato. Another incredibly consistent player here in this tournament. He's been making quarterfinals every single week, and almost, I think did he make a semifinals last? No, he's been making quarterfinals every single week. So both of these players haven't made the semifinals once. One of them will be, no matter what. So that's very, very exciting. Later tonight, we got Grass versus Kiber on this stream, on a community streamer. I hope we're going to have Matador versus Zuccolo. That's in an hour and a half. So don't you guys go nowhere. We will see you guys momentarily. I am going to jump back over to this other scene, and we're going to play some other games. All right, guys. I will be right back. Don't you guys go nowhere. Does it still work? All right, guys. I'm just heating up some food. I'm gonna take a quick look and see who's playing at the moment. See if we can find some gimme games. I am vilified, justified, and all things. I'm gonna be able to point at that series from now to forever and say, "I told you so." Greek is, without question, an A-tier civilization pantheon at the moment, without a doubt in my mind. There are some bad matchups for Greek, don't get me wrong, but Greek feel very, very good at the moment. Ha! Take that. Demeter, I think I put a little lower, but I could be wrong on that. If I can figure the Demeter game plan out consistently, then I think Demeter is also A tier. But Demeter is more tricky than the other gods. All right, we're going to watch a doo-doo game versus Devil because... Actually, you know what? No, we're not. I'm going to find a different game. Let me watch a recording game. Let me find a good one. Who's this? Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know who it is. Just to nail the point home a little bit more. Hades is a C tier? I don't think so. I do not think so. I think Hades is incredibly good. But the Hades players need to realize it's very, very important. You got to put villagers on favor, and you got to use myth units. They're really strong. Okay, so we're going to have Keto versus a guy called Equanimity. Equanimity? I've got no idea who this guy is. If anybody in the chat knows who this guy is, here is his AOM stats profile. Oh, it's Mechanics. Well, there you go. Is Mechanics American? I didn't think he was American. Okay. Oh, he's from New York? Wow, does he know Joey Bads? New York's kind of small, right? Everyone knows everyone over there. Mmm. Yum yum. Good time. What's better in this matchup? I think it's pretty close. I think I would probably take Poseidon a little bit more over Set. But I'm just I'm the stupid one. Don't listen to me. Is there anything here worth caring about? No. Come on, guys, talk to me. I need some interaction. We need some interactivity. YouTube chat says Boit got abducted. I wouldn't tell an Italian that I'm eating Italian right now. This is the most Australian pasta you'll ever find. Have I seen the Odyssey? I want to see it. I want to see the Odyssey. I need to go. I have literally had zero time. It's been really sad. So I think I might go next week. Vegemite pasta? Nah. It's my weird. What do I put in this? It's got Italian herbs in the sauce. The sauce is. Wait for this. The sauce is pork and it's onion, it's garlic, it's canned tomatoes plus tomato paste. It's ground beef and pork. It's Italian herbs, salt, sugar, and pepper. How Italian is that? Without sugar? You need the sugar to take the acidity out of the canned tomatoes. If I use fresh tomatoes, I wouldn't put sugar in. Odyssey was disappointing, really? That's no good. What would you like the next Civ in AOM to be? To be honest, I wouldn't mind another fictional Civ. I just want to be as counter as I possibly can. Pepper is always tasty. True. I knew it was a real meal when you mentioned it had sugar in it. Lord of the Rings Civ then? Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing the Terran, but let's make Terran. You know what? I don't think that would be that hard, right? Surely you could export the models from StarCraft, put it into AI to convert it into an Age of Mythology format. And then and just do it. Surely that would be doable. Can we get someone on that? Anyone, any modding god people out there that reckon you can pull it off? A proper gentleman, we need you. You don't need AI to convert model formats? Are you sure? I don't know what the compatibility is. Clearly the games are different. I'm hard at work already. Wait, are you already doing it? I hope so. I would play the shit out of a Terran race. Just make sure that my Marines can kill everything. Blenders are not? Well, there you go. Hell yeah. Actually, you could probably make Protoss too. Screw it. You should just make all of them. Just make the Pantheon StarCraft and then put Terran, Protoss, and Zerg in it. All in one. Taking forever to get it right. Wait, what are you talking about? This new Civ has 42 god powers? Fuck off. Can I just remind you that the least entertaining part of this game I'm just gonna say it. The least entertaining part of this game is god powers. God powers are cool for like, yeah, God powers are cool for like 5 seconds. And then they're just annoying. I will make a Boit Civ that doesn't have myth units. You can just, wait, what is it? You can just make slingers and a bunch of God powers. No! God powers are great. We love God. I hate you all. I'm so upset. I like tactical god. What's a tactical god power? Can you give me an example of what a tactical god power is? Do a tier list of how well designed / funnel the god powers are. The best god powers are the Archaic Age ones minus Uranus, Susanoo, Frere. I think there's only 3 bad ones in the Archaic Age. Like annoying god powers. Is that it? I think that's it. Everything else is well designed. And then it goes downhill from there. No, I think that, okay, all right. Screw it, we're not even going to watch this game. This God Power, the design is great. It just shouldn't affect heroes and myth units. It's a really cool design. Make a unit that gets really strong for a small amount of time, then it dies. Fantastic, big thumbs up, but it's an archaic age God Power. It shouldn't be affecting myth units, and then the design is perfect. It's just missing that one little factoid. This God Power is a little boring, but I've come around to it. It's not terrible. It's fun to play something different every single game. I wasn't a fan on release, whatever. This God Power is OP as fuck, but it's fun, so I don't care. This God Power is well designed. This one here is OP, but it's fine because this God's trash. This God Power is not fun to play against. This God Power is good. 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 This God Power is not fun, but I can deal with it. This God Power is good. This God Power is useless. Actually, it's gotten a lot better. This God Power has gotten a lot better. Should use that for your army a little bit more. This God Power is good. This God Power is good. This God Power is good. Good, good, good. Terrible. Good. Terrible. Good. All right. Should Solar Shield affect myth units and heroes? Yes. It's a different type of thing. It doesn't boost the stats of the unit. That's what's cool about the Blood Pact, but that's what's broken about Blood Pact as well. Whereas all Solar Shield does is say, hey, my unit gets to live for a little longer. Why is it wrong? Okay, why is the Frere God Power terrible? It's because it's impossible to balance. And it's way too strong in certain situations. It's fun for me to use, and it's not fun for my opponent to use. That's or play against. That's how you know it's not a good God Power. Anything that is fun for me to use and not fun for my opponent to play against, that's bad. If it's not fun for me to use and not fun for my opponent to use, well-designed God Power. Or if it's fun for me to use and fun for my opponent to play against, well-designed God Power. How is Thor's Mind not a toxic God Power? What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with that. The game goes on for longer. My opponent did get gold starved. Yay. Come on. Let's slow down there. Let's slow down. It's fine. Dwarven Mind was too cheap. Now it's not. So, yeah. Battle God Powers are the ones you have to think a little bit more about, whether it's how you place it or when it is worth. The class climbing weapons is boring as hell, but Divine Slash is extremely tactical, essentially actually is extremely skill. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. You say skill shot God Powers then. Skill shot God Powers are good. I agree. I think that all God Powers should be some form of skill shot. There should be some sort of delay on them. And the way that you cast it should be how it works. So, for example, Fey Beasts is a perfect example of a terribly designed God Power. That could be fixed very, very easily. You make it uncontrollable. You make it spawn after 2 seconds with the thing coming in. And then you'd have it set in one direction that the Fey Beasts need to run in. Simple. What's a good God Power? A well-designed God Power? This is well-designed. 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 This is kind of shitty. Anyways, some examples. But that's just Locust Swarm? No, it's different. It's different, and I don't care if it's just Locust Swarm. What's wrong with us having multiple Locust Swarms in the game that do different things? It's just because it's a different civ doesn't mean things have to be completely different. I mean, you've got Earthquake, and then you've got the Prairie, right? They're basically the same thing. I'm quite, yeah, that god power you designed felt silly. It just felt silly, which is kind of what Age Mythology is about, but it did feel silly. But you know, a big Mythic Age god power completely changing how the game is played from that moment on is an interesting concept. Prairie is good versus army now. So it's just Earthquake, but better. That is funny, Pop Scribble. Wall your base in, shifting sands all your partners' villages into your base and say, lol, you can't leave now. Anyways. If you're on pause and not pick Hermes, you're trolling. That's not true. Poseidon is a very strong Ares god at the moment. Lots of people are actually picking Ares. Ares' play rate has gone up quite a bit and having success. Have you played the new Japanese gods? No, I haven't. I haven't looked at your mod recently.
And we agree.
Or maybe I played it, I can't remember. I just like the thing I think that I'm most upset about is that the best god for going myth units, they applied they gave that god a stupid bonus, which made him just spam god powers. It was such a cool god. I was so excited for it. What can you do? Demeter got Hera? Wait, what? Have they ever changed minor god options to balance or rework and normally minor gods have got some sort of significance to the campaign, so it's impossible to change them from a balance perspective because it affects the campaign. Demeter was changed because lots of people said that it should have Hera because Freyr had Hell, the only unique thing, so give the only unique god over to Demeter, which makes sense, but I mean, look at what it did. Now Demeter is busted. What's happening in this game? There's not enough centaur here. We need more centaur. 5 isn't enough. Freyr already has Vidar, which is better. Vidar, Hell. I think in terms of the Norse myth unit, Norse Mythic Age tier list, just based on play rate, if you had the gods, if you had all 4 of the gods, you probably see the most usage out of Vidar, then Hell, then Tyr, then Baldur. Give us Susanoo only Amanoism. I like that. Yeah. Susanoo should not have Swampland and should have Minakata Tomi and Amano Uzume. Without a doubt in my mind, that should be what happens there. And then you take away Amano Uzume from a Matreiuss. And then you I don't know if you buffed the Weasel. Isn't the Weasel really good? I think the devs would do the game way much more... Wait, hold on. Way much more favor by saying a huge no to new civs and new contents of gods and whatever, and really look into revamping useless myth units, broken god powers, bugs, gameplay. Yeah, look, I think if the game got to a state where the devs would not need to fiddle with the code when they create something new, they should not touch the code, right? And we should be in a state 2 years into the game where all these bugs aren't a thing. I think that that's somewhat fair to say, but every single time we see something new getting introduced, right? Or a bug fix happening of some variety, it often brings with it some other issues. Now, I don't know why that is. Doesn't really make sense, but it is a constant. It would be nice if that wouldn't happen. But the other thing is that sometimes bugs make the game a little bit more competitive, which is also a nice thing. I underestimate the power of decades-old spaghetti code. The game is only 4 years old from a... Dude, this Poseidon just dominated this set. Egyptian is terrible. Look at this. Look at how bad this civ is. Poor Keto. I'm just kidding, but seriously. Top three civ lost, exactly. The problem is, right? When they put this recent bug, they put the recent bug fixes in to fix everything, right? They fixed the villager attack move. They tried to fix a bunch of other stuff. Now the villager attack move works and we're happy, but now the attack move is a little bit funky. I don't understand how they don't have someone there to just be like, it's a bit funky. Maybe test it for a little bit longer. Play 1 or 2 games. It's a little bit funky. And then fix it. Fine. But also I don't want them to just put a random fix in it and then it not work. That would be upsetting. Well, here's the thing, right? For the new viewer who's watching the game, you don't notice an attack move bug. When you're watching the game, you won't notice it. Not at all. So it's not a big issue for this tournament. What would be a big issue for this tournament is if a whole bunch of players decide to only play Atheist mode while they play Age of Mythology. That would probably turn off the new players. Because the new player goes, oh sick, there's this Age of Mythology game. Let me go let me take a look at what the pro players are doing and see how they're using the myth units. And then that's going to be how I'll try and use the myth units when I buy the game. And then they go, oh crap. Pro players aren't using the myth units. I guess I don't want to play this game if there's no myth units in the game. We're gonna have a prize for most myth units built. Everyone gets we gotta have like a random trophy. Most myth units built. Most least units lost. Most resources gathered. That's the kind of statistics we need for our Athens event. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta get some water. I don't have my water bottle in here. get a trophy for your 10 Caladria? No. Not allowed to. I get abused by Demeter. What's the brand of your chair? Herman Miller. Do I not have that in my thing? Ah, finally a good map. Finally. One of the best maps out there. Couldn't be a better map than this. What a time to be alive.
準備できたよ。建築何？任せて。行くね。はい、了解。指揮官。建築採掘。
Alright. Imagine if Cyclops could throw units into the holes on this map. That's one of those things that wouldn't be fun. It's kind of like a harpy dropping a unit into the water and it dying.
準備できたよ。
Definitely not something that I enjoy. I want my unit to kill my opponent.
指示は
Not be
なんだ
doing cheesy shit like that. Build Samurai and A move.
何？
Right. We're gonna go for a rare pick here. I'm gonna make Hama Itachi in this game.
準備かん
カール。なんだ？カール。準備できたよ。
なんだ
何？指示ある。なんだ？
I built that too early. Whoops. Oh well. Not a big deal.
準任せ行くね。はい。何？任せて。行くね。何？
指示は準備完了
なんだ？建築採掘。準備できた。カール。指示ある。カール。何？了解。
I should have put it.
行くね。
I should have put the shrine over here. Hey,
はい。なん
you
だ？
can still eat that, so it's fine.
狩り
準備できたよ。何？
指示は
何？準備できたよ。なんだ？指示ある？
He is already advancing. Uh-oh.
何？なんだ？行くね。カール。準備できたよ。
なんだ了解任せろコリ準備はい行くぞ採掘
何？建築た採掘。
What the hell? Escaped! Get wrecked! Get you baited. I just baited him! Perfect!
了解任せて了解なんだ行くねはい行くね何建築担当
了解はい任せ建築担当
準備建築担当
Ow! Can I get there in time?
何
狩り
指示ある狩り何任せ狩りなんだ建築担当指示ある何建築担当
指示は建築担当
何準備でいはい了解建築担当指示ある何行くね建築担当
Okay.
なんだ建築工事
何はいかなんだ聞こえ何採掘準備できたよ
そう狩り
指示ある行くねか
ん
了解準備できたはいかなんだ任せか何
準備はい狩り
何
なんだ了解建築担当
指示ある準備で了解建築か
了解はい向かおう準備了解しました進め任務に従いますご指示を何でしょう攻撃はいなんしはい準向かおう突撃戦闘開始任務にして戦闘開始
指示は建築担当
指示ある
建築担当
ご指示進め何でしょうご指示をはい準備任はい任向かおうはい任務遂行出発了解しました任務に従います攻撃指示を
なんだ
任せろ最終
準備突撃
準備建築
何
担当
行くね最終準備できたよ建築担当
なんで進はいはい戦闘開始向かおう前進了解任務はい了解攻撃任務に従いますご指示をはい 準備完了。とつけ任務はい向かうよ任務水進めに向かおう戦闘開始。
なんだ最終了解建築担当
なんですはい前進。
何？
はい最終
なんでしょう指示を準備完了に了解はい向かおう
指示は行くよ最終
任務にした任務遂行了はい出任はい
なんだ？何？
ご指示よ向かうよ出発はい任務遂行
なんだ任せ最終
了解しましたよ進めなんでしょう指示はい向かおう
準備完了はい任せろ建築担当
任せて最終
準備完了任務了はい出発する了はい任務完了出了はいご指示を突撃指示を任務に従います準備完なんです攻撃なんですに了解了解しました
何？建築担当
了建築担当
指示を準備はい了解任務遂行了解任務に従います了解了解しました任務遂行ご指示を何でしょう戦闘開始
了解建築担当はい任せろ建築担当
準備完了なんですはい了解しました任務前進指示を向かはい任務任務遂行了解はい
なんだ？はい最終
出発する任務はいご指示向か攻撃なんです了解進め
なん了建築はい狩り
任務に従います準備完了出発了解
準備完了行くぞはい了解農作業狩り
準備で建築担当建築担当建築担当任せて
なんです死に向かおう
なんだ？行くね建築担当準備できたよ何？
Oops. I did a magic.
了解
ご指示をはい了解しました
はい行くね了解任せて行くはい行くね何？任せて
I
了解
need
建築
more wood.
何？順行くね任せてはい実行
指示を準備向かおう任務向かはい指示を出発する何でしょう了解しました何です
指示は
なんだ？準備できたよ建築担当
任務に向かおうご指示を突撃準備完了はい前進なんでよ出発任はい了解
何？実行建築担当
なんです任務遂行了解はいはい
指示ある
準備任せろ建築担当
何？建築担当
なんでしょう
準備できたよ行くね建築担当なんだ？了解建築担当何？準家畜
なんだ行くぞ建築担当
了解しました準備完了指示を向かおうはい任務遂行はい了解なん向かおう出発する了解しました
指示ある行くね建築担当
任務遂行向かはい了解任務了解何任はい出任了解
指示は建築担当はい建築担当
準向かおう戦闘開始はい
準備完了
建築担当
なんだ建築担当建築
指示
は建築担当
準備完了なんです攻撃
なん農作業
なんでしょう任務数に出発了解 建築農作業。
何建築工
準備か建築工理。指示は建築工理。向かおう。はい、なんだ。建
準備で建
築担当。
築担当了解
準備工理。
指示建築担
なしなんだよ。任務指示は
当はい建築行くね建築担当
準備各指示を。了解。進め。はい、前進。はい。任務に従います。突
なんだ
撃。
建築担当
なんで了解しました。出発する。了解。はい。向かおう。任務遂行。なんです。ご指導。任務遂行。向かはい。試験農
指
作業。
示編任せて
なんだ。聞こえ。
何建築担当
準備向かおう。了解。向かおう。はい。攻撃。任務出発する。了解。
準備できたよ指示あるはい了解はいかなんだ建築農作業何建築工
準備可能。建築担当。なんだ。ご指示を。聞こり。
準備できたよ建築担当
指示は
指示ある任せてなんだ行くね何はい
向かおう。戦闘開始。
なんだマクレオ行くはい行く任せレオはい任せて
了解。出発する。了解。はい。任せろ。行くぞ。はい。了解。採掘。はい、任務遂行。
指示ある準備できたよ
指示は
行くね建築担当何建築担当採掘何建築採掘指示編農作業
農作業。
準備編農作業
出発する。
なんだ任せはい神楽
準備完了。はい。建築担当。指示は準備完了。建築担当。
建築担当
準備完了。なんです。了解。向かおう。突撃。了解します。任務遂行。向かおう。はい。了解。はい。任務遂行。ご指示を。なんで出発する。了解。任務に了解しました。向かおう。前進。農作業。なんです。はい。任務遂行。ご指示を。向かおう。出発する。はい。了解。了解。はい。向かおう。任務遂行。進め。了解。なんでしょう。
指示ある何建築担当
なんだ。任務準備完了。攻撃。ご指示を。はい。了解。向かおう。了解。
準備今参ります。
なんでしょ
ご命令を。
う。了解しました。向かおう。はい。任務了解。
なんで了解。承知。私が異議なし。了解。承知。今参ります。前へ。
はい。向かう。はい。
指示ある
ご指示なんで私が参ります。
任務遂行。了解。出発する。任務遂行。はい。出発する。
向かいます。今参り異議なし。
はい。任務了解しました。了解。了解し。はい。
突撃します。
はい。出発する。
なんでしょう。
なんで了解。出発する。向かおう。はい。
前進します。
了解しました。はい。出発する。はい。準備完了。
I think I'm killing this.
シート。
了解。今参ります。準備整いましょう。私が待ちょう。なんでしょう。
任務に従います。
準備了解
了解。
何建築担当
建築担当。
神楽
ご指示なんです。異議買います。なんでしょう。今買います。私が参ります。了解。準備承知。異議なし。今了承知。ご異議なし。
準備。
Oh my god.
行く任せて何かい了解
行くぞ。建築担当。
We need some these guys.
指示ある準備できたよはい何
今承知了解私が参りま承知
実行建築担当
今向かいます
任務遂行。
準備整いました
了解し。はい。
響くね建築担当な任せ了解
出るぞ変身じゃ
何
指示は
建築担当
何事じゃよかろ
準ハグル
何です
指示を前進出歩。はい。
私今参ります今私意義なし了承知
なん任せろ。
指示あるはい建築担当建築担当指示ある行くね最終
Oh, I have these guys. I totally forgot I have those guys.
何今私が参ります
なんで
任せご指示今参ります
遂行。はい。向かおう。
よいあそこへ行こ
準備完了。
Back to
では
work,
建築担
please.
当。出発する。戦闘撃。向かおう。ご指示了。任務遂行。
うよかろ
了解切ります
なんでしょう。了解。準備。はい。
何何が建築担当
よいわしがよかろ
なんだよ指示を。なんでしょう。了任務遂行。了解し了解。出発するか。任務遂行。なん承知。任務に従います。導かれし道。任務すなんでしょう。
あそこへ行こ
指示を。
わしよ出る
指示を。なんそのなん導かれし道。その通り。
よい
任せてください
あそ出るぞよいわしにも
導かれし道。
わしがやろう何事じゃでわしがやるあそこへ行こ
指示。出発向かおう。指示を。なんだ。なんです。なんだ。神よ。指示を。
戦のここぞよい
指示ある
よいはできよか撃て
何はるまいかい任せて最後
出るぞよ
準備完了。
よし
指示を。はい。
準備できたよ任せてはい任せて建築担当
了解。了解。
We're attacking this.
わしあそこへ行こ
I have everything I need. Like a mythic age or something.
何事じゃよいわしがやろうよいは出るよわしがやろうあそこへ行こ
任務遂行。
う礼を聞こうよい
Possibly run this way.
あそこへ行こうよかろう
動こう。
天使は突撃ぜよ押し出せ
Here
出
we
る
go.
ぞ
Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
あそこへ行こう変身じゃ
指示は。
何行くね行くね放送機はい建築担当指示ある任せて建築担
なんだ。そのと導承知。結界を破れ。
何かわしがやろう
指示を
One talent center down.
よし結界を破れ何準備行くぞはい建築担当
なんかぐら
ご指示を任務了解しましたなんだ建築農作業農作業
よい焦るぞよかろ出るぞよい
はい指示を結界を破れ指示を準備完了
あそこへよかろわしがやろう
ご指示を任務に従います
GG! I'm the best! I beat the S tier Demeter! Let's go! He didn't build Dryad. I wonder why he didn't build Dryad. Oh! Not even Tunison can win with Demeter. Japers crapers. He built Harpies. That's not even a real unit. That unit was removed from the game. They just forgot to take it out of the buildable units in the temple for multiplayer. It's supposed to be a campaign-only unit. I don't know why it's still there. It's because Naginata spawned from Underworld Invasion. It's actually kind of a boost because you get Horse Archer, right? And they get this. Holy shit, wait, can you get Horse Archers with Champion Range Soldiers and Champion Cav? That's kind of busted, no? Oh, you can't? If Boit and John are playing a Matreiuss, it must be broken. Did you just see how we went with myth units and how good they were? All my myth units were so good. You have to build myth units with this Civ. You don't build myth units, like you kind of don't. You kind of army kind of sucks. Maybe I should have gone for Walkini Nushi and then had 2 Goshin Boku trees and made a bunch of weasels. Maybe that would have been the best play. You won't believe Demeter is S tier until I start losing to it. Well, he didn't build Dryads. I even think he got the upgrade and he still didn't build the Dryads. Like I'm 95, there's not a Dryad on the map, so I can't click on it. But he got the upgrade for it. I'm like 95% sure. He built 16 of the fucking Harpies. Imagine if there was 16 Dryads. Game would have been over. It would have no chance. Dryads aren't the only good thing about Demeter. No, you've also got the Hera Dryads. You've got the Ares plus Hera Dryads. You've got 3 things. We're struggling with Russian quality air defense. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Man, this map is so much fun to play on. Everyone should stop banning it and start playing on it. How much fun was this game? Unison was having fun. I was having fun. Cancel weasels from the Goshin Boku? Why? That's the best myth unit I have. Why would I want to cancel that myth unit? Like, I don't want to lose my weasels. Look how good they are. Hang on. Actually, I'll show you how good they are. You guys haven't looked at this before, so actually let me show you. This is one of those things that you guys just don't get. Because you're all busy being atheists, spamming god powers. I should have done this in the last game. I don't know why I didn't. This would have been way better. Didn't cross my mind. How much population are weasels? Are they 2 pop or 3 pop? They're 2 pop, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look, give me another couple of these. I think that's fair. We can work backwards. Okay, but where's the heroes? I'll add a hero in after I see what happens here. But I'd rather just build my more consistent human units than build myth units. Oh, it's 3 pop. Never mind. I thought it was 2 pop. I'll get rid of a couple. There you go. Hey, how much population does this army have? Bro, they're 100 and... There are 150 resources. 150. The hoplite is 90. 150. There's literally 60 resources more. Of course, it's favor, but favor's fucking free after a little bit. Come on. This is late game weasels. Domination. Come on, weasels. Come on, all of you. Right. One favor does not equal 10 resources. It's more like 3.5 resources. Go the weasels. Absolute and unequivocal domination. Atheists beware. How much population was I on, by the way? Let me just see that. Let me just see how much population I was on. That was 100 population of human unit. 100 population. 100. On the other side, how much population of weasel? Let's just have a look. I have 45. So, I'm allowed to have, with these 15 Razor Wind Kama Itachi, I'm allowed to have 55 population of other shit. So, let's do you guys a solid. Let's go Ajax. Let's go Achilles. Let's go Odi. And let's go Matreiuss. And this guy is going to go Samurai. $12, $24, $36. No, that's 16, isn't it? 16. Let's go 15, 15, 30, 45. That'll do. All right, let's have a look. I'm not even focusing the heroes down. We just run into it. Not bad. With 0 focus fire on the heroes. Not bad. It's an unwinnable matchup, right? For Greek. Sorry, for Japan. Japan loses this normally. Let's get rid of the Kamatachi and put in something else and see how you go. I'll go full samurai. What is this? It was 50 pop or something, right? Let's see how let's see how it goes. Oh, I don't even have the right thing. Okay, off they go. Full samurai and pray. Oh, oh, did we do less? Oh, was it? Oh shit. This is full samurai. Full samurai didn't work. Oh no. What are we gonna do? What happened? Oh dear. Is it that the Kamatachis do better? Oh! Pro Street, yeah, that's right. Now, if I focus fire down the heroes, actually, I'm not even gonna bother. Give up. Come on, Tachi, late game, OP. Give it a try. All right. Moral of the story is, yeah, make myth. If you're gonna lose a game and not make any myth units, try playing the game and making myth units and see what happens. It's gonna go a lot better for you. Any tips for new players struggling to maintain eco when villagers constantly go idle, still working on mastering hotkeys and control groups? Yeah, play a strategy. Play a one town center based strategy. So, for example, you could play an Athena Rush with Zeus. That's what I did back in 2000 and I don't remember when. Work on that, understand how the eco works there, understand how many villagers go where inside of your plan to keep your resources low, and just work on the macro, just hitting that. That's the way through. That's how you do it. And then once you get bored of that, move on to the next god. Or the next strategy inside of that other god. So you can play one town center with that classical fight. Then try 2 town center classical fight. Then try 2 town center fast heroic into a full heroic phase fight. And feel out what the economy feels like. And over the course of 6 months, you will get very, very, very good and consistent at not floating resources. When am I going to play in a tournament? Probably never. I played in Mythic Wars. That was my debut and finish. Too much work. Not really. Any god suggestions that can be similar to Chronos? Witzel or Potchley? think there's a Huitzilopochtli rush that is basically identical to the Kronos rush in terms of risk versus reward. I'll just complain in the balance server if strategy doesn't work. You could do that. Probably not the best usage of your time. On Reddit. That's better usage of your time. What are you going to do? We got about 15 minutes until the next game starts. I need to go to the toilet. Let's watch a game and then we will be off to the races. Psalm Smurf against Gaia. All right, let's see how Gaia goes versus Psalms Smurf. 7 minutes in, bound to be a banger of a game. I was cracked in Mythic Wars, absolutely robbed. I didn't first place that. I think if the balance patch didn't get a complete, if the state of the balance, if the state of the balance in the game didn't get changed on me, and I think I probably would have done a bit better than I did. But even that being said, I did get destroyed by Soup, and the game I played versus B, I think I should have won 2 of the games I lost there. Those will haunt me forever. I should have won with, was it Nuwa versus Shenong or Fushi on that weird map on Arena. That one I was so far in front, but too stupid to realize I should have gone. Anyways, I was so far in front. Didn't even need it. My plan was fine. I just fucked up. And then the Zeus versus Poseidon game. I think I would have won the last fight if I just used Restoration and Bronze in the correct order. That was stupid. Come team game. I got 15 minutes, mister. I don't think I got enough time. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. We're back. Mister, is your farming season finished? Is it time to come dominate everyone? Remind everyone what it feels like to actually be good at this game. I mean, bad at this game. Everyone has been like pretending that they've leveled up a ton, but in 2 to 3 weeks. Now, poor Sam doesn't know how to beat the automaton. It's too OP. He's bringing the boys! He's bringing the boys! He doesn't have the technology or the favor for it, though. He doesn't have the resources for it. He brought the boys! He brought the boys! The boys are OP! Oh god, that's funny. Knew why shouldn't be died by now. Alright, mister. Answer me this. After watching some games earlier today, I don't know if you saw the games Matreiuss versus B, but clearly, being the Greek genius that you are, the Greek pantheon genius that you are, surely you rate the Greeks pretty highly at the moment, right? Right? Don't listen to the recons of the world. They don't know anything. The rapples of the world. They don't know anything. Greek is where it's at. And Mr. Likes is with you. Oh, I should remind, if you're listening, mister, they changed the favor gather rates of Greek. You already know what that means, but you should look at it. Make sure you check it out because they changed the favor gather rates of Greek. Just to let you other guys out there know what that actually means, it means 100 plus favor a minute. Also, don't listen to Eric. He's terrible. He needs to learn how to play Greek again because he doesn't know how to play it. Can you believe this is we're living in a world where clearly where Greek went 100% today? I love it. Can't be more happy. I couldn't be more happy with the results of today's games. Absolutely and indicatively in line with what the balance state is. Oh dear. How many slinger wins? 0. Slingers were built and slingers did not do anything. Terracotta, please. What does Terracotta do? How does he kill? How about just upgrade your automaton, please? Please, DevCon. I changed his name a little bit. Is this town center going to go down? Repair the town center. Repair it. It's not going to go down if you repair it. Please repair it, Sam! Sam, no! Oh, he's doing it! He's repairing it! It's 30 HP! Oh my god! Who needs terracotta soldiers when you can do that? Ah! Get wrecked, world! Oh my god! Leto! Oh dear! That was so good. The perfect defense from Sam. Could not have done it better. Completely calculated. That's what we're talking about. Could you imagine if those automatons were upgraded though? Would have been lights out for Mr. Sam Smurf. Which series am I casting? We're casting the Kiber Grass series. When you task villagers to repair, they drop resources and then AFK. Well, to be honest, I think that's an upgrade from what they used to do. That's right. I'm calling this guy DevCon from now on. Just, I don't know why, it just seems right. This is the finals of Athens. No. Oh, I have to change my title. Crap. Kiber. Oop. Grass vs. Kiber. 1800 GMT. Well, the guy just keeps coming. You can't stop it. Sam is under attack again. The Terma are here. The Pioneers are falling. The unupgraded automatons from DevCon RTS. There's a bug if you use Restoration, the next one only costs 125 favor to recast. Yeah. It's a pretty bad bug. The devs told me they were going to get that sorted out, but unfortunately not for this next patch. It's going to take a while to get that one fixed. It's quite a difficult bug. What can you even do in this matchup? As Gaia? Not much. You just get hit with Fey Beast and you resign at like 11 minutes. Somehow we're past 11 minutes and Fey Beast hasn't come down, but... It makes... Slingers are so bad! They're the worst! Oh! Oh. Well, that's a usage of Fey Beasts. Not a good one, but a usage nonetheless. Did Sam see the villagers? Dude, this lasts for so long. Are you kidding me? Yeah, push the villagers away. That's kind of funny. Back to the main town center again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What am I watching? Do we have a Grass versus Kiber game? We do. Oh, no. They said, I'm ready to draft. 1 sec from Grass. It's been 4 minutes. All I have to say is, Gaia so broken. How does Gaia not kill this town? Is he gonna get it? Is he get it? He got it! Let's go, DevCon! Why doesn't he want to upgrade his automaton? Oh dear. He's on every gold mine, by the way. Except for this one. It's only got 2,000 gold left in it. Paid actor didn't upgrade bots. It's not in his script. His script, his automated service does not, he is not paid for the automated service upgrade. So he cannot get it. He will run the same strategy every single game. And that's it. Well, the town center he killed his backup. That's no good. How do you even win here as guy? Yeah, I don't know. Impossible. Get him! The Psalm micro! Nobody micros like Psalm! Well, I think Psalm got away with it that time. He got lucky. All right, time to move into the other scene and get ready with all this next game. Alrighty, so our next matchup here is Grass versus Kiber. It's Kiber's first appearance in the tournament. He has been brought in as a sub for this week, which is exciting. We are skipping out on the El Matador Zuccolo game. I would assume Matador is covering that, so if you guys want to watch the other side of the series today, yes, he is going to be watching it. Definitely go and check it. I will not be casting the Magic versus Illuminati series. Unfortunately, it is way too late for me. That is quite literally 6 a.m. I will be in bed. That is going to be my bedtime. The only time I'm up past 6 a.m. is if the series had started before 6 a.m., I think. That is too difficult for me, unfortunately. Okay, dokie. Cool. So, I'm just going to have to sit here and wait until their draft is done, because they did start a little bit on the late side. Oh, God, I'm tired now. Ooh. Now, one of the really cool things about playing Leto versus Noir is you're not really in a rush to kill the 2TC. Just kind of have to sit until you have the big ball of automaton. What? Wow, there's 43 new messages in the Balance Discord. Surprised there's still messages in this Discord, to be honest. Which series am I covering? It's in the title. Grass vs. Kiber. You can probably move into this thing, actually. Off we go. Well, there we go. In we go. We've got Grass and we've got Kiber. They've never met each other in a tournament before. In fact, Kiber's only played a grand total of 26 games. That's not that many games. It will be his first participation, I think, in an S-tier tournament. Though this is technically a qualifier, I guess. So he has done those before. Let's jump into the drafts and see what they're going to be picking for today. Alrighty, we've got a guy versus Shenong on Giza. Hope you guys are ready for a fun series here. I think Grass is the overwhelming favorite. He's made the finals before in this so far. Was not able to get the win. He's made the semifinals every week, which means he's beaten a top 16 player and then a top 8 player every single week, which does put him firmly in the top 4. Kiber, on the other hand, he is an unknown entity. This would be his first tournament game, his first draft, and Grass doesn't get the opportunity, the pleasure. Grass doesn't have the pleasure of having a list of drafts you can go back and look at to form a game plan to play against this guy. Let's talk about the draft first and foremost. We've got the Zuccolo Matreiuss bans for Grass, and Kiber bans out Uranus and Hades. And funnily enough, no Aztec bans here, period. As Kiber doesn't pick the Aztecs and Grass doesn't play the Aztecs. I don't really know what Kiber's god pool is at all. And I guess neither does Grass. Grass picks Odin first. The first pick of Odin is kind of crazy. Now, of course, Grass's Odin is going to be very, very good. But I'm still looking at that going, that's a crazy first pick. But Kiber picks 2 Norse gods to start his draft up. Freya and Loki. Then Grass grabs himself Gaia and Hades. He wants that Hades for, I guess, Mirage and or Midgard. Then Kiber grabs Poseidon and Nuwa. Grass takes set Zeus. Again, Zeus goes onto one of those water maps most likely for Grass. He doesn't really have another solid water pick, though Isis as his last pick for Mirage does also make sense, allowing him to play, say, a Zeus on Ghost Lake or a Hades on Giza type idea. Kiber, on the other hand, finishes off his draft with Shenong and Fuxi. So, pretty solid drafts, all things considered. Just both players not really playing the Japanese, or at least not playing Tsukiyomi, because the Japanese are banned out. Kind of surprised to see that, but maybe Grass just not having any luck versus those. One thing about Grass is that I think he does struggle versus these Chinese gods just a little bit. So we'll see if he has the know-how of how to deal with this. Also, I don't know exactly what level Kiber's at the moment. Let me have a quick look at his ladder rating. I saw his tournament ladder rating, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot. So he's currently sitting at 1889. But he has have a ladder high of 2024, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Alrighty, we got just a little bit of a break here until the games start. If you guys want to chat with me, please go ahead. If you don't, and you want to go get some snackies, go and do that. Speaking of snackies, I actually really want to get some snackies. I guess while I've got you guys here as well, opinion on the Amazon Archer current state? No idea. I haven't had the opportunity to build them just yet. Been too busy building the Hammer Dryad. Look at these Giga Chads. 1 Norse span, 3 first Norse picks. Yeah, they're not up to date on the current meta, I think. Freya being first pick actually makes a lot of sense. That's solid A tier god. Kind of good into everything. But this Loki and Odin picks, don't want to play those. Should leave those behind. Put those towards the end of the draft if you really want to play them. Just kidding. All jokes. Maybe Boit isn't up to date on the Norse brokenness. No, I'm pretty up to date with it. It's basically the same as it's always been. Norse are fun. Yes, they are fun, Civ, for sure. They are very fun. Playing against Norse is fun because they're really weak. Playing as Norse is really fun because you get the feeling that you get to do a lot of stuff because you got all the speed. Well, there you go. According to AOM stats, Kiber's win rate keeps getting higher the longer the game goes on. Really? I think Zuccolo's shoes are good. Yes. Yes, they are very good. Maybe not the best of myth units, but I think it's a design flaw. I think that it should have like some way to do some AoE damage. Skelly Boy says, I watched your discussion video with Kavoth and you found it really interesting to listen to. Thanks, Skelly Boy. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for listening. You guys didn't see, I was featured on the Kavoth YouTube channel. Calling out all of the top players who make tier lists as just vibing it. They definitely have no idea what they're thinking about. Even Kavoth had differing opinions or differing results to his actual opinions. It was wild. All right, guys. We are going to be jumping into game number 1 momentarily here. We got Grass. We got Kiber. We got ourselves a pretty fun round of 16 game. Let's jump in onto the map Giza and check it out. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner of the map, we do have Grass playing as Gaia, and in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Kiber playing as Shenong. So we're off to the races here. My Flipperoonie needs to be Flipperoonied. And this is going to be a fun one, I think. Kiber's dropping up his temple over onto this right side. We'll check out some relics here. Got the text of Imhotep, makes those buildings go up faster. There's also the Bridle of Pegasus for some nice stuff there. On this side, we have the Hecate's Torch, just making god powers a little bit cheaper, as always nice. And finally, we got Bone Shards of Miklin, which makes Tribal Myth units resources return on death set to favor. Alrighty, so let me walk you through a couple of things that I know to be the case. if both players go for a fast second town center, the Shenong player should be looking for classical age pressure into a massive all-in if the Gaia player decides to not defend themselves with units. If the Gaia player defends themselves with units, I don't know what happens because I've not seen it happen just yet. If the Gaia player manages to greed out a heroic age and not get punished by a massive classical age all-in, when the Gaia player will be in the advantage. If this game gets to the hyper late game, it's very, very difficult to compete against the Huang Di Dao swordsman. But you do have access to the Fnatic, you do have access to the Corabalister, and that can be a way to help you through it. Alrighty. We take a quick look up onto this side. We do see that Grass has dropped this economic guild, so we might want to play a one town center game. It doesn't necessarily mean that you don't want to go for a fast second town center. The town center is looking mighty fine on the top of the map here. Does Grass see it? Yes, he does. Does Kiber see it? Yes, he does. So the idea of dropping a second town center here does make a lot of sense, just on the fact that there's a back gold mine, there's double rhinos. It's really, really nice. The issue here to some degree is just that if I'm Kiber, I have to go over here, grab this town center, be on this, and then I need to build forward here. I need to move forward and be aggressive. We will see Leto actually from Grass. That's an interesting thing. He's gone Leto, he's gone Economic Guild, and he's gone an extra 2 oracles. So it's very, very economically greedy at the moment. He could have done it in the reverse order and probably had a little bit more favor out, but this will net him more economy, obviously. So we'll see if that's also going to be oracles plus town center and see what he's going to go with that. The scary thing here for Kiber is going, oh, you're going for Leto, and then not scouting and not confirming what the Gaia player is doing. If he goes, oh, Leto, fantastic, let's one town center fast heroic, then he runs straight into a second town center Gaia, well, that's going to be issues. Meanwhile, Kiber making his way over onto the town center, so he is not changing his approach here, which is a little scary considering the Automaton, Terma are starting to move out. We will see a cheeky little mana popping up here for Grass. He wants the Gazelle. And the question here is going to be, will this town center be under pressure? And of course, I think it will be. But there will be access to farms to drop onto this, and you can then prosperous seeds here. Not really a problem. Getting onto this position now. The Pioneers are playing a little bit of that defense. There goes the Shenong Farms, and the Automatons will now start to cause some issues here as Kiber's Town Center will be getting finished here. He can play a little bit of hidey-hide. Not a problems. No problems where that's concerned. Town Center is going to get repaired back up to full HP. And the best possible play here for Kiber is actually for him to go straight to the heroic age. If you know, you know. Don't build any units. You can even sacrifice the town center. It's fine. You just have to get to the heroic age to unlock Fey Beasts and you unlock the heroes. Because what Grass is going to be doing here is he is going to be going for Hephaestus Revenge. He is going to be getting himself this tech as well. This tech, and his automatons are going to be incredibly powerful. In onto this position, Kiber's Temple. Is this not? Oh, it is. Kiber's Temple getting targeted down as the automatons come over here to deal with this. Does manage to take the Cheongchi down without even losing that Terma, which has to feel good. Now the wall's coming up over onto this side. And I'd love to see a wall going up here as well, and then just grabbing that gold mine as early as humanly possible. Watchtower is attempting to come in. Kwafu are going to move over here and try and keep the temple alive. There's a lot of important relics in here. Bone shards of Micklin, as well as Hecate's torch. Very, very good. And it's a lot of lost resources here. It's not just the fact you have to pay to repair the building, but it's also the fact that you're not gathering resources while this is all going on. Still no walls over on here or over on here, as the Terma can sneak through onto this side and hit that gold mine. And I'm sure the simple play here for Grass is to target down this town center first and foremost. Do have Rush Ult pre-queued. I do not see an armory or a market though from Kiber, as the main base now under attack. Watchtowers is coming in. Pioneers trying to get a couple of shots off as they shoot and scoot backwards. They do manage to snipe one automaton, and that does die in a little bit of an awkward spot here. With the watchtowers coming through and the Kwafu able to support to some degree, Grass has got to he's got to bail out. So that is one very dead warrior automaton. Meanwhile, the wall only now getting dropped, as well as another military camp. Oh, he doesn't put the wall quite correct, and the Terma are going to be getting in onto this spot. Picks off one villager, going after the next one. Kwafu on the backside, trying to grab this gold mine. You can see that Kiber wants this heroic age. It's a devastating heroic age to deal with. We've got the wall attachments coming through here now for Kiber, as Grass posturing around over here. Mermilla's in the main base getting targeted down, as we will see the Terracotta Riders coming in here to try and potentially take out the Terma. You don't really want to go after the automaton. They can just turn and kill them off. But if he killed off the Terma, then his pioneers would be able to get in here. Wafu getting targeted down, as a heroic age is a long time away for Kiber at the moment. Now Kiber makes a bailout, tries to keep his peasants and Kwafu alive. We'll be dropping potentially one. That's a 6 HP Kwafu. Can he kill it? He should be able to. He does manage to. And he kills the other villager in that volley. Not bad. So Grass kills the town center. He does a massive amount of damage. The gold mine in the main base has got 600 gold left. There is a nice gold mine up at the top here as well. Automaton getting picked off, but after the military camps go down, Grass can simply just repair all 3 of those. 4 of those. Does he have any more? 5 of those? And kill off the Shenong farm as well. So that's a huge boost back up in population. These are all 2 populations, so it's like a free 8 to 10 population. 90 gold back a piece. Feels good. But now Rosho is on the way. Kiber does have some recourse here, at the very least to kill off all the Terma. It's not the biggest of deals because Grass has done damage. He can take his own town center now. No real problems. Really just trying to do some dodgem cards here as the Pioneers going down on the back. Kwafu over onto this side. They need to garrison. As out, the Terma go. Pioneers still getting taken down. No sideways dukages at the moment as the heroic age comes through. I mean, you almost want to drop it down onto the Terma, right? You want to kill these off. You can just drop it right here and it's all of those are dead, but decides against it, wants to get some more value as he wanders into the front position. automaton's going to come through. Hero Murmillos are somewhat of a must for Kiber. Sorry, for Grass. The longer he sits without Fey Beast getting dropped, the more opportunity Grass has to just simply have a counter to it. As in comes Divine Judgment. There goes the Fey Beasts as Kiber will chase these units all the way away. Does he get the automatons as well? I mean, if the automatons die over here, it's not the end of the world. Generally, you just turn and attack it. Well, I think all the automatons are going to survive, but a lot of Murmillos end up going down. And Kiber gets a little bit of reprieve from the nonsense. But every automaton that died will be revived here. And Kiber is going to be back into the same position he just once was. Still doesn't have his temple up. Still doesn't have his Imperial Academy up. That Fey Beast did not get the value that Kiber needed in this game. Lots and lots of gold for Dows. Of course, once you get access to this 1 divine damage, you also get the 1.25x versus myth units with those Dow swordsmen. So that can be nice versus all the automaton. Of course, that's through divine judgment. But there's just such a long road ahead for Kiber. He needs more food income. Forward Palace attempting to come up over here as the Dow swordsmen are looking incredibly outmatched as the trader gets dropped onto the archer there. Kiber under attack from many different positions. He drops the lightning weapons down. He's got 3 military camps at the moment. He does need to be thinking about attack moving with those Kuafu, and he is going to be doing so as the automaton's charging in. Another palace getting dropped down, and Kiber in that moment does decide the game is done. He taps out. GG. Well played by Grass in game number 1. Kiber, he kind of knew what to do, but was just that little bit inefficient on it. For example, if you see this town center, what he probably should be thinking is, get a wall to here, put some buildings or a wall across here, and a wall across here. Then he has the ability to run the pioneers around this side to defend and run them back along this side to defend. And he can just get his way to the heroic age. Then his Fey Beast is going to be in a good spot. He's just a little bit slow as well to get there. If he hit the heroic age, when did he lose the town center? If he got to the heroic age at about, I don't know, 9 minutes, which is when I would have expected it, he probably defends and he's probably okay, and Grass is in some trouble. But things are not quite making sense. Lots of military buildings getting dropped that he didn't really need. Lots of time wasted on not getting his walls set up and things like that early on. Not an easy matchup to deal with this, but definitely was possible with this map. But Grass gets that first win. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what happens next. Alright, our next one is going to be Mirage, and it's going to be an Isis versus Ferrer. So he does bring that out on Mirage. When is Soup playing next? Good question. I have the answers for you. He is playing on Friday at 1800 GMT. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ISIS versus Ferrer for game number 2. Let's jump in onto Mirage and see what it's going to be about. Alrighty. Bottom of the map is Grass playing as ISIS. Top of the map, Kiber playing as Frere. Map Mirage. A pretty exciting one here, I think. This is a fun map to play, a fun matchup to play. Lots of things can go wrong. Kiber has been incredibly effective, actually, in playing Norse. He's been one of the consistent sort of Norse walling meta players. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, lots of Norse players have finally wised up to the fact that walling is an advantage of their civ, and they are starting to do it more and more. I will say, I brought this up many years ago before Retold even came out. I might not have got to the extent of it, but one thing that I came up with a long time ago was that if you're playing Norse, and you should basically, if you play Norse, you should basically have a house builder, right? This is an easy way to get into the Norse walling sort of situation. You should always have a house builder. Then, once all of your houses are built, you go and wall with that unit. Now, that's a legacy idea. There were only 10 houses in legacy. Income was a little bit slower as well. In Retold, now, just have 2. Have a wall builder and your house builder. And then the rest can just roam around. And they can also build from time to time if you have the time to do it. If you're not under pressure, and you're good to go. Now, let's talk about this actual specific matchup and the big problems that Kiber can potentially get into if he's not aware of it. First things first, you don't have to go Ulla in this matchup. It's not crazy important. But I do like Freya. Because there's 2 units. There are 2 units here that I think that ISIS really struggles first. Unit number 1 is going to be, well, with this combination, it's going to be raiding cavalry and herdmen. Mix in battle boar to disrupt any frontline axemen that might be there, and you're good to go. That's got to be the plan here for Kiber. Can catch out on ISIS really, really bad because most Freya players go for Ulla. Go for not Ulla. Tempest. A gear. Most Freya players go for A gear. But definitely Bragi is the better choice in this matchup. 1, it covers yourself against a Thoth, where the ISIS player is going to go for a power greed into Thoth, into War Elephant, or into Camel Rider, or into Mass Chariot Archers. Either way, it is very, very nice to be able to build those herdmen with Swine Array, and we will actually be seeing Freya here from Kiber. I don't mind Freya here. I think it's fine. He's got a town center, back gold mine. You're rarely under the pressure of an ISIS player anyways early on to have to sort of get that gold mine protected with a hill fort. That being said, it looks to me like Grass is going for some shenanigans here. This is 3 monuments. And he is going for some sort of a myth unit opening. He's going for Bast. I don't know if that means if he's actually going for Sphinx or not. There's a really, really interesting strat here that goes way back to, I want to say, Pandora's Box 1. Which is a fast mythic for Mummy. You could also go fast mythic for Thoth and Phoenix, which are equally incredibly tough to kill as Freyr. Up onto the top, Kiber dropping a longhouse. Prosperity is in for grass as well, so it kind of looks like he wants to spam out the Sphinx. We'll see if that's what he's going to do as the Valkyrie checking things out. Trying to see what he's up against as he comes into the main base of grass, sees the priest getting a little bit of damage there as the villagers will just simply pull back. A little bit of a shank there. Not able to take down that villager. As all, wait, wow, that was an overreaction and a half. No, it wasn't. He was going for the town center. Up onto the... Wow! 4 monument, second town center. The greed here is out of this world. Normally, you do one of two as Egyptians. Normally. Number one is you go for a town center. Number two is you go for monument plays. This here is a fast second town center into a, with 4 monuments into a heroic age. Kiber is going for a mass walling strategy because he's up against Bast. Now, this is my contention. This walling strategy, all well and good. This is a really great way to play versus someone who is going for a death ball. Or if someone is going for mass raids. Really great way to play. But, as the Sphinx sneaks through, if your opponent does not do either of those things and instead goes for a economic play or a myth unit play, or in this case both, well, you just spent a grand total of, what is that, 15 plus these. How much is a wooden gate? 15 plus 15, so 30. So that there is 150 gold. Here is 75 gold, and then all the segments as well at 18 each, 3 each. Kiber's really far behind here. He gets his town center up though. He's behind by 4 villages as grass is going up to the next age now. So he's probably going to get equal on the villager diff. The big question is, what is he actually going to spend this favor on? I wouldn't mind seeing, with this amount of monuments this fast, another prosperity here. Now, I know I'm the myth unit lover. I love myth units more than everyone. But a second prosperity is fine into mass Petsuchos. Alternatively, a second prosperity into the mythic age, and then into mass Phoenix. The unfortunate fact of Egyptians is the 5th monument is so ridiculously expensive that it is basically relegated to the hyper late game. After you get all of your armory upgrades, after you get all of your economic upgrades, after you get all of your line upgrades, then we can start thinking about a monument to the gods. It's just so expensive. So 4 monuments is basically the limit, which ends up having, is it 26 favor per minute, I guess? You guys do the math. I can't be bothered. Meanwhile, town center number 3 going up for Kiber. All the upgrades coming in as sun-dried mud brick will come through. Grass wanders forward. And this has been something that has been strong versus Freyr for quite a while, which is basically a 2TC fast mythic. You can catch the Freyr player out. Sorry, the Isis player out. But like I said, you do want to go for Bragi here. Aegir just doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. Of course, it's nice to have the Rock Giant because it helps you versus the Axeman and things like that. But you do really want to have Bragi. Bragi is a nice one to have there. Is the Migdol Stronghold going to come up? Aegir Heroes are good versus Mass Myth unit. Well, how much does he actually know? Well, there's 3 Valkyrie in here, actually. Well, the first player to start building some Myth unit is going to be Kiber, as he's going to get himself Dizzablot, as well as Thundering Hooves. If he wants to go Bragi as well, he can get these guys up to 7.2 speed, I think. Because you get Thurazaz Rune, and they go super duper fast. There's one villager, goes down. No, doesn't even get the Vil pick. Is he going to sack it? No! Just go elsewhere. Why do that? This is why people say Myth units are weak. These guys, just don't run near them. Go elsewhere. There's villagers here. There's villagers here. Oh, dear, that was... And he's getting the Thundering Hooves as well. Oh, my God. I'm so upset. But Kiber is up to 3 town centers now, so he's actually in front on villager count, which is pretty rare for a Norse player in this matchup, or a Freya player in this matchup. Sultan Forest, stone walls coming down from grass, as well as this gold mine on the bottom getting grabbed. Heroic Gauge through Aegir for Kiber. And Mythic Age is going to be on the way shortly. As Thoth. I can't believe he got stone walls before Mythic Age here. What can you do? Nope. Rock raids from grass here with 6 Axemen. That's an option, I guess. Thoth will be in soon. Any attempt at Masons to potentially keep the town center alive? No. As the walls will slowly get taken down on the front. More Jarls to come through. Ballistics, every upgrade under the sun for Kiber. He has got to be enjoying himself in this game. Generally speaking, if you're playing as Freya, you're okay to sit back, relax, and watch the shenanigans unfold as Heavy War Elephants is on the way. You absolutely need Herdman versus those, even if you don't have your upgrade, Swine Array. But that being said, Kiber does have a nice variety of stuff for the moment. So the siege towers are just slowly taking this. The fact is here, Grass should wander in and put his own wall up on this spot. You see the walls in on this side, so he needs to wall off the rest of the map, or potentially some red units can sneak in here. And Glass is literally at 115 pop. With next to nothing in the bank, his priests are going to go down. Kiber moving in for the first little bit of a fight. All the priests are going to go down, and Kiber is in command here, guys. The question is, how much damage is a meteor going to do to this army? As he does drop it down onto this position, the unit's going to be retreating. Well, that was an underwhelming meteor. I think that's exactly what Kiber wanted. Didn't lose any throwing axemen. He can sit back, enjoy the game. But I'm just staring at nearly 140 favor. And the Phoenix costs 22 favor. Quick math, how many can you make? And not only how many can you make, how fast do they train? 6 seconds. So yes, the whole idea of this unit, from start to finish, from the design of it being flying, to the design of it having an area of effect damage, to the fact that it costs 200 gold, 22 favor, the whole idea is you go up to 100 plus favor, you spam them out when your opponent isn't ready for it, and you get a massive amount of value.
Into you.
Champion War Elephants on the way. Vidar, however, is going to be coming through. Can Kiber react to this? He has 10 great halls. Not much in the way of... Well, he's got plenty of wood. He's got 4 Godi. There is literally only 3 Phoenix, which is an underwhelming amount of Phoenix, I must say. I couldn't be more unhappy with the amount of Phoenix we're seeing, but he's going to charge after those throw an accident, and they cannot stay close to this. Kiber, pretty good position here against the Phoenix for the time being. I must say, I haven't seen these units used since their buff? Nerf? I don't know what you call it. They have an extra 100 HP, but ballistics means that there's no way to do wiggle micro. As Feast of Renown is in, the elephants are charging forward. Phoenix Egg going to go down on this side. More elephants coming into the mass. Kiber looking solid at the moment. As grass, well, I was expecting something like 6, 7 Phoenix and then Eclipse. We can still wait for it. It might happen soon. You never know. In comes the Inferno. Well, he hits some stuff. Not a whole lot. Well, I'm not sure what Grass is doing here. He's building some more Phoenix. You kind of need chariot archers when you go Phoenix. Well, it's not over just yet for our main man, Grass and Groom, the Phoenix Builder. But he is looking for raids onto villages. I think this Phoenix Egg, if it doesn't get attacked... Oh, never mind, the Godi are coming in. Excuse me. Grass and Groom completely botched this strategy. Didn't use Eclipse, didn't build enough Phoenix first and foremost, and didn't go into Chariot Archers. Elephant, you can build those later. That's not important. You need Chariot Archers to kill off the Godi and the Hearser, and then the Phoenix click Eclipse and kill off any sort of mass Jarl. Simple. Kiber deciding time to take one of Grass's town centers here. And Kiber is just getting further and further ahead in this game. As the Phoenix charging in onto this side, though the Godi are going to take some damage from the elephants. That's a lot of elephants over here. As the dwarves getting pulled back. Well, not even getting pulled back. They're just getting attacked here. Another Phoenix going down. There is still Book of Thoth. Fortified town centers on the way. Kiber's going to take this town center, and then he's going to have a Ghoul and Bursty as well. Remember that. It's one Phoenix in a dream. Gets 3 kills. But these ones are going to come back alive. As it's going to be Goaty, Herdman on the side of Kiber. Grass here. Axeman starting to trickle through. Does he have the Axeman upgrades? Not really. Bergreezy, as well as Fafnir over here. Maybe somewhat of an issue as Grass is charging into the main base. 2 Phoenix back in to say g'day. But those Herdmen are dealing with the War Elephants nicely. And in comes a Eclipse with a grand total of 2 Phoenix. Bergreezy at the main base. Fafnir in the main base. And there's a priest. 2 priests. Where's the Pharaoh at? Oh, he's over here. In comes Kiber. He does a bit of a conversion here. Grass falling back again. He can delete the Phoenix if he wants. Elephants now coming in to take out Kiber's town center. As the Bergreezy are nomming away at the town center. He does manage to kill off the Fafnir, giving himself 250 gold. Now on the flip side, favor in spades for Kiber. Not 4 town centers. He's lost this one. 3 town centers to 2 town centers. As Grass is now going to be spamming Migdol strongholds at the front. But Bergreezy, they are piling on through. Phoenix in the main base will get taken out by the Goat. You can see that he managed to kill off all of the fishing ships at the back. Not the biggest of deals at this stage of the game, but Kiber is missing some resources here. For some reason, there's a whole bunch of throwing Axemen out from Kiber. They are going to be doing a little something, but the forward base of Grass is falling. As this town center now is going up for Grass. He's going to be cleaning up these hill forts, taking back this position, as he is managing a bit of a comeback here. While this is all going on, Grass does have himself a nice trade route going. No trade route just yet from Kiber, though he does... Oh, yes, there is. I couldn't see it. He's got 11. And he's got a 49 gold trade route. Not the best. But nonetheless, in onto the front here, pushing those elephants back. The Bergreezy probably should just kill off the Migdols. Grass is yet again down to 165 pop of 250, and Kiber is finding some value here in the middle of the map. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to go into Petsubak at the moment as well in order to deal with some stuff like the Bergreezy. You can also make Sphinx to deal with the Bergreezy. They do crush damage, so they're going to be very effective. Priests are obviously a unit you can build as well. Siege towers, catapults. But now it's looking like the gold mine situation for both players has expired, and it's really important in these moments to understand the state of the game. If gold mines are just expiring, we can no longer take massive risks here. You've got to be slow, methodical, not lose units, basically. Because you've got to get that trade route online. 30 camel caravans, not quite enough to keep yourself going in this type of a game. As all the Migdol strongholds going down, and that's just so much gold from Grass. He's got 7 Migdols, though, remaining. Some barracks up onto the back there as well. Just not many resources for grass at the moment. And you also have to remember, there is still a Tempest, a Forest Fire, and a Ghoul and Bursty. That's a lot. One Bergreasy going down. In comes the Tempest. In comes another Locust Swarm. I don't think that's going to be helping out very much. But this is a fight here that Grass absolutely needs to win. But a fight that I don't think he can win. Not through the Tempest, as the Ballaster are going to start cleaning everything up. Migdol Stronghold going to be going down. Town Center in the middle going to be going down. And I think Kiber has struck back, ladies and gentlemen. He is taking game number 2 here. I don't see a chance for our ISIS player to get a win. Not at this point. Gold situation too low. This town center is going to get taken, and then a Ghoul and Bursty can get dropped if any type of army can get mustered up again. It's up onto the top. Bergreasy to take out the Migdol Stronghold situation over here. Another temple for Grass onto this side. Not sure what he's looking for. In comes those massive technologies as well. Heavy Ballaster plus the advanced fortifications. Now the town center on the front is up for Kiber. These Bergreasy trying to get through here, trying to take all this down. The temple is messing with them. They want to attack with the Migdol, but the temple is in the way. I'll finally see that 9 waves tech. Seems like you don't need to go A-gear anyways to take out those myth units. 9 waves is from A-gear. It's a nice technology. Boosts the hero speed by 10%, but not the most important technologies. These Ballaster doing work here. For us actually needing to make some mercenary cabs, sending the units back. Remember that Ghoul and Bursty is still available for Kiber. As onto the top side, the final Migdol Stronghold will get cleaned up. Here goes the Ghoul and Bursty just as the War Elephant get close to the Ballaster. And a couple Bergreasy will be able to taunt them back, take them out. And I think Grass is fighting on valiantly, but Wall's coming up onto this side. Kiber is no slouch. He is going to come in here, and he is going to find the killing blow. And that is walling off the trade route, taking the entirety of the map. You can see the top is already walled off. Ghoul and Bursty up on the top here has managed a grand total of 2,500 damage and more coming. The main base is overrun by massive stone giants. And with losing this town center, he loses so much population, down to like 180 or something, right? 190, excuse me. 190, is that right? On one town center? I guess with fortified town centers. Greasy trying to stay alive on this spot. These champion elephants are going to get blown to pieces. There's 4 Bergreasy in queue. He's also got himself Jade Air. I didn't even watch this. He's got Chocolatl, Jade Air, and Pandora's Box. So all of his units are incredibly strong. Grass has still got plenty of resources to keep pumping out elephants, but they're just not going to do anything. Camel caravans are trapped. He doesn't have plenty of resources. His trade route is shut down. All of these camel caravans are going to be dying. And that will be game over. As Kiber strikes back versus Grass in game number 2. And gets the dub versus the ISIS. Well, that was an entertaining game. That was an entertaining game. I mean, I'm watching this and I think the idea was solid, but the execution just wasn't quite there. I think if Grass went for Chariot Archers and went for a lot more than just 3 Phoenix at a time, I think that would have been scary for Kiber. He didn't get any value out of his Meteor. Would have been nice to just see him drop the Meteor on the town center, allow the army to charge forward, greet the army with the Phoenix, send it back. Didn't do anything with the Meteor anyways. But just, yeah, Chariot Archer plus Phoenix. And the Chariot Archers focus down the Goatee. And then you're good to just completely own the game with a big fat Eclipse. And that would have worked out for him. The other alternative is what I suggested at the start, which was mummies. That made the most sense. Going Osiris here, going into mass mummies, Chariot Archers, as well as Spearman or, yeah, probably Spearman, Chariot Archer, Mummy. Would have been really scary for Kiber. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Kiber. Takes one off of Grass. Got to feel good about that. That's his first win, I think, in an S-tier tournament. So congratulations for him. We'll see if he can keep it up into game number 3. We got ourselves a series here, guys. Alrighty, our next map is going to be on Ghost Lake, and we have ourselves a Zeus versus Freyr. No? Why did I say Freyr when I meant Noir? They're the same god, right? Like Freyr and Noir? Same god, right? Alrighty. So our next game, Zeus versus Noir. We did see this a little bit. I saw Grass playing this exact matchup versus Matador recently. And he got off a win with a beautiful timing attack with Hoplite Manticore. And my personal opinion is this is a classical fight matchup for Noir and playing for infantry rather than going for the cav. But we'll see if that's what Kiber is going to go for, or if we're going to see some more Grass and Groom shenanigans. He's already been up to quite a bit in this series thus far. Let's jump into Ghost Lake and check it out. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Right side of the map, we have our Zeus. Left side of the map, we got Kiber as Noir. So Kiber getting a bit of a shock win versus Grass in game 2. He pulled off a nice defense of something very, very offbeat. But even, it doesn't matter how offbeat your strategy is, if it is not executed well in these tournaments, these players are at the top level. Don't let the elo above fool you. Doesn't mean anything. What matters is who wins and who loses at the end of the day. Got some pretty nice relics up here with the Kopesh of Horus for a +1 X versus myth units. And the arrows of the Alpha also sitting here with the building damage increased as well. In the main base, double gold mines. Double gold mines and Aurochs. So a little bit more starting hunt, I think, on this map than you could potentially have. Sometimes you can see 4 boars. So 4 boars would be slightly less than 4 Aurochs. About 400 food or something. Alrighty. So, like I said, I think Kiber does need to play for some sort of a classical fight. Ooh, did he just punch a chicken? And by a chicken, I mean a goat? Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Has anyone ever done this before? Is the idea he just wants this advance right then and there? Please tell me he takes it off. Okay, wait. He drops the food off. Okay. And then everyone onto gold. Okay, never mind. I'm confused. Kiber, you are confusing me, my friend. You get off a pretty standard-ish advance into what looks to be a second town center coming up. All right, we got ourselves How-To on the way. And Athena for Grass. So, will Grass go for some early game shenanigans with an early Heracles, or what is the game plan? Looks like it's just going to be straight for the town center. And a village center from Kiber? This guy's insane. So the village center, the problem with the village center is you just don't get as much. You don't get as much favored land here. All right, guys, I need some people to start getting timed out, if you don't mind. Mods, do your thing, please. And anyone who's rage baiting as well, you know what you're doing. Stop it. Like, seriously. Okay? Okay, we're back onto the game now, okay? Military Academy coming up for Grass in the main base. He gets the second town center up. Everything is scouted as well. Do we see a scout from Grass is the question. No. He doesn't see this village center, so he doesn't realize what he's up against. But the problem is, in not knowing what he's up against, there's not really an approach here. I don't really know what the idea is. What can go wrong for Grass at the moment? What would go wrong? What can you pull off here? He's got the military camp, so he wants to fake that he's going for a classical fight, which should force Grass to make units in the classical age. She does have the military academy. But the fact is that the attack comes so low, and he comes to Pegasus as well. And he's going to spot this village center, and he hasn't overreacted. I would not be surprised to see whatever Kiber is trying to pull here not be effective. Another Kiber military camp coming up. Archery rangers coming down from Grass, and I think Grass can just play whatever he would normally play versus a 2-town center Noir. He can just play right now with Zeus, and he should be fine. The only issue, to some degree, is that, I mean, there's double gold mine in the main base, and there's going to be units coming out. It's a lot of Dow swordsmen. Kiber does need to make fire archers here as well. And the fact that he didn't walk over to this settlement, it's not a long distance, but there is a slight amount of gained resources on this before losing out. But then again, Noir versus Zeus, you do have more villages just naturally by spamming Kwafu, that you're probably still going to have an economic advantage here regardless. As Kiber going to move up onto this hunt here. Villagers over onto this hunt, grabbing the Aurochs there. And in come the units to say good day to Grass. That's a lot of Dows as the Minotaurs say, get out of here. They're quite slow, so they have to make another move forward. But Kiber sees those units and goes, hang on, I'm running away. We do see Grass forced to build a few more units out here as well. That's still no fire archers on the way. In come those Pioneers to take out the Minotaur. Javelineers going after those Toxotes there as well. Some pretty significant damage actually being done by Kiber at the moment, as Grass, he's trying to power greed to some... It's not even power greeding for it. He's got a couple units out, but this just is more of a fake than anything else, and Kiber doesn't fall for it. He's going for a big attack. The town center, you gotta not be scared here. Town center isn't a scary thing for the Dow because they've got such high pierce armor. 180, get yourself medium, and you can enjoy sitting underneath this position. He might even want to go creation and drop some forward buildings here to continue attacking. Villagers do manage to get into the town center. There goes the medium upgrades. In comes the Minotaur. Apollo is a quarter of the way through, a third the way through. In comes Dows, in comes Wuzu, Javelineer. Kiber is full send at the moment. Grass with 6 villagers on favor. He clearly wants to make some Manticore here. As his Javelineers charge forward. The unit's going to be garrisoning into the town center. I'm not sure a heroic age is going to be helping out Grass all too much here. That being said, the Pioneer numbers are very, very low. The Dow will take down this town center. And Kiber is still in full send. He's run out of food, though. So many Kwafu on the back. Is the Kwafu going to make their way forward to where? This gold mine? That's a wild decision. Manticore is in. And there's only the one Dow here as Heracles gets caught out. That's going to go down. 2 Manticore in. You can almost kill off all of these Dow swordsmen with just Manticore. So Kiber's got to be careful. He gets the town center kill. That's what he wanted. But this isn't game over for Grass in the slightest. There's lots of things here that can go wrong for Kiber moving forward. Still not a single fire archer in. No peasants on the front there as well as a wild choice. No pioneers just yet as Kiber goes into spread formation. Doesn't have himself the Imperial Academy here just yet. Up to the top, going to be grabbing the gold mine. Like we said, it's a strange gold mine to grab, which is smart because Underworld exists. But you still need to get some defenses up here. And of course, the Kwafu would go on to wood because he didn't shift click onto the gold mine. But Kiber recognizes it and he's off to the races there. In comes the Manticore. Big damage from those bad boys there. He's up to 4. 1800. Where that's concerned, going to continue building more of these. And I think Kiber really wants a heroic age here. Market coming up. Still no Imperial Academy. One thing that can take out this army is going to be Fey Beasts. If Grass isn't careful. But if he is careful, he should be able to take out the Fey Beasts in one attack. So Village is bailing out on this spot. They got to come all the way back home. He's got plenty of goats here, though. 10, so he can easily eat all of that, get to the heroic age, and be in a good position. Meanwhile, the town center is back up for grass. Fortress coming up over onto this side. And Kiber is about to get spotted by the grass village. Kiber is about to get spotted by the grass villagers as an Imperial Academy will come down. Manticore on the way. Kwafu trying to escape out on this spot, but where can they go? There is an exit over onto this side. Grass turns. He's killing off a wall. Get your units back up here. Can Kiber pull a sneaky one? All he needs is Fey Beasts, I guess. Charging onto this side, he can try and take out the villagers of grass, but this here is Kiber getting very caught out. The army now charging after the Bass-Mist. He comes in, throws the ball of doom at the wall, trying to get out of here. Not able to do so as all the Kwafu die. Are you kidding me? As Kiber will drop down the Fey Beast on top of the army here. He's going to be able to, at the very least, take out the majority of that. The restoration comes in. He's not running still. You absolutely can kill off the army through restoration, but you have to keep running. He drops one. Charging after the back line here. The army does manage to stay alive. Restoration too strong. And now Grass has not only got, well, he's just going to underworld this. All those Kwafu are going to be dead. Without a question in my mind, this is an underworld. Oh, never mind. He should underworld. He's not feeling like it. There's so many units here that maybe Grass just goes, I can just chill for a little bit. In he comes, as he does send that special attack off. Not able to kill the Kwafu. And he's going to have to bail out here. Manticore can pop in and out of the underworld passage for just a little bit. He gets some significant damage onto the Dow Swordsman, but he doesn't want to risk it. As Kiber has secured a gold mine, has dealt with the underworld passage. Machine Workshops coming up onto this side as well from Kiber. And Grass, he's in front on villagers by a large number. Zhurong is pre-queued for Kiber here as well. And he's going to grab another town center. Town center on this side for Grass now coming up. As Kiber. Oop. Does he see the town center? Yes, he does. And some revenge villager kills. Much needed. But he doesn't micro onto the villagers correctly. He's going to have to chase them for a while. Meanwhile, into the main base, Kiber, his earth wall is going to be getting taken out as Grass pulling all the way up to the top side. Town center here will end up falling. And in comes the Manticore. That's such a big army, though, from Kiber. Does it have enough stuff here to actually win is the big question. Looks like the answer is yes. And Grass says, all right, let me out of here. He's going Hephaestus on the backside of this. The clay peasants get dropped down onto the gold mine. Still doesn't have himself that shaft mine, which he definitely needs. And Kiber is going to move up and grab this settlement. Trying to pull this game back from the brink. This is going to be a very tough few minutes for Kiber to survive. But if he can survive it, he should be in a good spot. The fact of the matter is, there's about to be the first armory coming up, actually, for Grass, who doesn't even have copper upgrades. So he's going to get full value out of this Forge of Olympus. Kiber looking for a little bit more value as the Manticore get a little bit of damage off, picking off a couple of dows. I think one of the best things here for Grass is to actually go into Myrmidon. He's got the one fortress only, maybe a second fortress and into pure Myrmidon here rather than the Hoplites and the Paspist. Just on the fact that they would devastate these Dow swordsmen. Actually, Paspist might be better at the moment. Can't remember. There's an armor threshold where once the unit gets to like 40%, 45%, the Myrmidon just becomes better than a Paspist at killing off the infantry, or better than a Hoplite at killing off the cavalry if the unit gets up to 50% or something like that. 45%, 40%. But at the moment, not really many upgrades here. As Grass charging forward, he's going to get hit by those heroes. Got to be careful. Plenty Vault down. Forge of Olympus in. And all the upgrades under the sun to come through. Now, it's going to be a very, very short time for those to come up. But there is a nice timing here for Kiber to actually attack. And he is hitting his own Mythic Age. And there's a unit here that Kiber is going to get, which is incredibly powerful, which is the Zuccolo. Over onto the right side of the map, taking out the buildings here. Grass looking to take this town center and all the other good stuff. Military Academy going down for Grass. Fortress coming up onto this side. More upgrades on the way. But for the moment, it's 190 pop versus 235 potential population for Grass. So Grass can get that in. It's this fortress not quite going to be finishing as the Dow swordsmen are getting over here. The Zuccolo flying in. That gets bolted out of the skies there. That's a secondary bolt from Grass. As another town center on the bottom side going to be going up. So 1 for 1. Lose one town center, gain one town center type situation. The big issue here is gold mines for Kiber. They're going to be expiring soon. In onto this side does come the Blazing Prairie. And Grass is just sitting in it. Is there any way he can actually just say this doesn't do anything? Answer, yeah. It kills buildings, guys. Doesn't kill units. Someone in chat was telling me that Blazing Prairie is somewhat different to the Earthquake because it kills units off. Sorry, not the case. And Kiber there decides to tap out after losing that army. And that there is going to be game number 3. Over to Grass with his Zeus. He's been on a tear with this Zeus. Very, 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 very strong Zeus in this tournament thus far. He has his style. He loves his Manticore. He's going into those consistently. The one thing I would have preferred here is probably a read on this to be ready to either... Actually, you know what? This probably works. When you get to this situation and you've got no gold left as Zeus, you can probably take all the villagers off of gold, chuck them onto a temple, and get that next plenty vault up. I think you would have been able to go for 2 plenty vaults and have a decent amount of trade for enough gold income for him to not have to worry. But a very nice game here from Kiber. Kind of just got caught out on the gold mine. He should have ran those Guafu back home, pulled over onto this side, set up shop with his army on the spot with his units, and then he would have been okay against an underworld. But just was not a part of the game plan. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what's going to happen next. All right, our next game is on... Is it on Midgard? It is on Midgard. So we're going to see another Greek god coming in here, guys. Greek fans. Today is a Greek fan day. We've had so many Greek games. We've got a Hades versus Loki on Midgard for game number 4. The Greek is undefeated today. That's true. I think if Kiber had just dropped Blazing Prairie into the main base and played really slow, I think maybe Grass was in trouble in that game. Because while Kiber lost all of the Quafu on the gold, he did mine the gold mine out. At least halfway. So he had an extra 3,000 gold. So 6,000 differential in gold. That could have been enough to help him. Anyways, nonetheless, it is time for another game. Let's jump in onto Midgard and check things out. Alrighty. Another game, another you, another me. It's 2-1 for Grass. Grass in the left side of the map. Kiber in the right side of the map. It is Hades versus Loki time. Let's check out some relics. So over on this left side, we have the Little Crow Circle. Armory weapons upgrade, food and gold cost minus 50%. Onto this side, we have the Scarab Pendant. Doing some nice things for your siege. Skulls of Cercipes on the right side there for the monkeys. And on the bottom side of the map is the Tower of Cestus. It kind of looks like we're on Tasmania, the way that this map is spawned. But it is Midgard, not Tasmania. Grass getting himself his first little bit of fish. Over on this side getting their own little... Kiber's getting his own little first bit of fish. It's important to find that second dock placement. really, really important.
Hver það?
So much so that I would invest in the first fishing ship going scouting. Because right now, Kiber, he's not making a bad choice. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It is kind of close to Grass, though. And Grass can come over and compete to take these fishing spots. Whereas Kiber, I mean, he can take this one and he can take this one, maybe. But he needs to get back over onto the other side and take these spots. And that's a little bit more challenging as Norse than it is Greek. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass sending a villager over onto this left side to set up ship here as well. Now, in terms of what I think the best god is to play for Minor God, for both of these players, on the side of Kiber, you have to be a little bit careful going Heimdall in this specific matchup. Just on the fact that if you go Heimdall and the Hades player goes Ares, you can get into some trouble versus Hypaspist, Cyclops, Hippias, as well as some Toxotes on the back. You kind of need the Forseti just so you can give some sort of semblance of help with trolls. Unless you can get to the heroic age really quickly, and then you can go into mountain giants, that can be enough to help you through it. So I think you want to go Njord, but I also think that the Hades wants to go Ares here more times than not. But we might see an Athena. It's been a fairly consistent pick from Greek players for a very, very long time. But the reason why Ares is so good is because you have the boosted food income. And one thing that's important on water maps, on heavy water maps with lots and lots of fish, is to find ways in which to spend your food. Oftentimes that ends up being building like infantry units, but building myth units is the next tier up of best usages of that extra food. But we'll see which way he's going to go. Athena is obviously nice because you get the restoration in, you get the Minotaur to come and raid early on. You can save your favor potentially into the heroic age for Manticore, or even potentially some Nemean Lions. But we'll see which way it's going to be here for Grass. So he's just about to click advance, and he does pick Athena. Unfortunately, with Athena, you're not able to get those Hypaspist out, so this does change things a little bit for Kiber. Still think you're fine to go Forseti here, but you definitely have that Heimdall much more unlocked against Athena, because you don't have to worry about things like Pestilence. The Cyclops can take down your walls and things like that very, very nicely, and we will see Heimdall here. Walls coming up from Kiber into the main base already. But I guess on the flip side, in playing this Heimdall boomy game, if he does decide to go for this, it's like early safeguard type idea. A lot of Herser charge forward, trying to get some damage. Hello out there to Honey. How you going, my friend? Hope you're enjoying the Gameathlon shenanigans. I will be saying hello to many different people throughout the game because we've got a Loki player. Jonas Janasson. No, Janasson. What's going on, man? These guys, we did have a crowdfunder before this tournament kicked off, and these guys supported and bought the Herser. That's in. Comes Kiber. He drops the spy down onto this position, as I'm fairly certain you normally drop Undermine here. Mr. Katoska boss is going to go down. Is he not going to drop it? There he goes. That will be a dead military academy. Slows Grass down ever so slightly. He's going to move over here and drop another one. And on the back, another military academy to come through, as the walls are well and truly on the way. Kiber as well now has got 12 favor, so he can get himself safeguard if he wants to. Over onto this side, we do see the attack from Grass. Grass is going to be trying to exert his harassment, multitasking, APM power on to Kiber. Kiber now going to be spamming out Berserks, but he doesn't have the houses in just yet, as a bit of a misclick there, making it Dreki to try and deal with the Trireme. It's not exactly what he wants there. And I think at half HP, it doesn't matter. I think the Dreki will win. I think. It's going to be close. Anyways. Another little cheeky wall up onto this side. What is he holding? Tower of Cestus for the Sentry Towers having bonus damage versus heroes. Yeah, this is actually a pretty heavy gold map. Lots and lots of gold mines. This is great for the Loki. You can get this map spawning with as little as 2 gold mines per player. So having 8 gold mines per player, that's going to be feeling really nice. Wait, is it 8? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 gold mines per player, excuse me. So not a crazy amount. Oh, sorry, 3 gold mines per... Yeah, 3 gold mines per player. Not a crazy amount, but still decent. To the top side, another trireme up onto here. What is this ironry doing over here? Hello there, good sir. Fishing ships garrisoned up to try and take the trireme down. As into the main base comes a really, really important raid. A random guy, dude, fellow, what's happening, man? You're about to get involved. So El Cachino will be a villager pick. Potentially another one. Nope. With that zom, it's time to get out of there. Cheeky little Toxote getting caught out in the middle of the map. There's these walls. Will be coming up for Kiber. A bit of an attack in onto this bit. Does pick off that spied villager. But Kiber going a little bit too hard into there. Taking a couple of smacks. A little bit of damage. And we will see Njord! We will see Njord! Aphrodite on the other side for grass. And Njord on the way. Not just yet. For Kiber. But this is my pick. It's definitely a strong god to go. Unfortunately, this might be tough for Kiber moving forward because Kiber does not have a gold mine. We do see a curse getting dropped down there. And Kiber is pulling back, but this here is a gigantic timing. I'm not sure Kiber has set up for the middle of the map fast enough. He tried to get these walls down, not able to do so. And Grass is full steam ahead in the middle of the map, trying to sneak this gold mine. Random ox cart will get spotted. As the dwarves sneak around, and they are at the very least on a gold mine. But Grass is very well aware that there is probably something going on here. Or here. Meanwhile, main base getting under attack here is the Kiber house getting taken down. Just a little bit of gold getting grabbed here for Kiber. A market would not go astray. He's got one. Selling. Probably the best way to go, but he has fallen into a very difficult spot where doesn't have an answer for these infantry units. But he is up through Njord. Actually, wait, the Pegasus? The Pegasus... He did spot it, but I think Grass didn't notice. So Kiber's getting away with murder for the time being on this spot. And we will see the first mountain giant, or the second mountain giant coming out. The only issue is these mountain giants do need Jotuns to be effective. Now, Jotuns is, I think, 30-ish favor. Is it more than that? 30 favor? Doesn't quite have that. And the dwarves can bail out on this side, get around to safety. Not the end of the world. Militarily speaking, it's obviously a gigantic advantage for Grass. Wouldn't mind seeing like a potential like walking woods into the main base to try and kill the town center off while this is all going on, just to distract, and while you maybe sneak a gold mine over here. As the ring around the rosy has been completed. Up onto this side. Bit of an attack as the troll spawn comes in. But Kiber is heading back onto the gold mine to the left as the army is sitting here waiting, watching Nemean Lion can get in and get a stun off. The army is split up, but it is coming close. In comes the Walking Woods as the mountain giants involved definitely need that Yotan stake. It's the only real hope he's got. But he's going up for Ring Giver at the moment. There's a little bit of damage does get done. Gold is coming through. Selling of wood has already happened. Meanwhile, Skylar doing damage over here. Kraken killing off some fishing ships slowly on this left side. Great haul going down onto this top side. Nearly 175 pop for grass. And a restoration available. This is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. And Kiber, he has nothing he can do except for charge in and take this fight right here, right now. Restoration gets dropped. 6k military resources stays steady. And the army of Kiber is going to dissipate. Most likely. As Grass does manage, I think, a victory. And that is a 3-1 victory here for Grass. We will see him back on the weekend for another round of 8 attempts. Another, his second, third, fourth? His fourth consistent... Well, this, if he gets to the semifinals, it'll be his fourth consistent semifinals appearance, I think, since the start of the tournament. He's been one of the most consistent semifinalists of this tournament thus far. Kiber put up a really good fight. Caught Grass out in game 2. I think he caught Grass out in game 3 as well, but Grass also caught Kiber back out, pulled the game back from the brink. Game 4 looked solid. Game 1 looked solid. Well played to Grass. Let's jump over to the bracket and see who Grass is going to go play on the weekend. Alrighty, so it is going to be a Grass versus either Ulysses or Garneth in the quarterfinals. All right. Let me have a quick look-see at whether or not the Matador Zuccolo series is still going on. I think it is. Unless I've missed this. I think it is. It looks like it is 1, 2. So Matador, wait, hold on. First win went to Matador. Second win went to, sorry, first win went to Zuccolo, second win to Matador, third win to Matador. So 2-1, and they're on Gorge at the moment. Let me see where they're at. Let me jump over into this little cheeky main menu. Oh, it's finished? Oh, okay. Was it a 3-0? Sorry, 3-1? Did I get that right? Did I read the chat right? Okay. Congrats, man. Well done. I don't think I'm going to watch the recorded games today. I might watch it tomorrow. I am unfortunately very busy tomorrow. Tomorrow is one of my friends is leaving me. So we have a little bit of a going away party. Oh, we should take a look at the route for Matador as well. Let's jump back. So Matador has to take out either Magic or Illuminati. Then has to take out either Soup, Vega, Eric, or Nyan. And then has to take out either Grass, Ulysses, Garneth, Isomardo, or Matreiuss. It's going to be a fun week, I think. It's going to be very fun. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I will not be around for the Magic Illuminati game. I don't know if anyone is going to cover it. I'm probably going to just cast recorded games tomorrow when I start, if I start. So that's what the story is. Yeah, Magic is in. It's 22 GMT, so it's going to be 20 GMT. It's in 2 hours. 2 hours and 20 minutes from now, I think. Unless I got that wrong. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think for now, that's going to be me done for tonight. Let me have a look and see if anyone else is doing the stream rooneying. If Soup wants to go live, I'll raid you. Otherwise, I'm going to raid John Arbiter. Nope. Okay. I'm going to raid the John Arbiter. Wait, is Moscow? Sorry, is Modaba doing anything next? Or is he done? Is there any like Athenian League stuff that he wants to do? Modaba's going to cover it. Okay, well, I'll send you guys to Modaba, and then anyone who's just AFK waiting for it can watch Modaba. All right. I will see you guys later. Bye. Love you all. See you on Friday. I don't know when I'm getting on. I don't have a plan for tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. Bye-bye.